Hey, you're the one today. You are the one today. Hopefully, I'm not interrupting anybody else's lives. I really didn't mean to do that yesterday. That wasn't my intention. In fact, yesterday, Ham wanted me to go live, so it wasn't even me. Let's see where we are. All right, we got a few people on. I'm going to read this as my introduction. I'm afraid to put any more videos up at all of any nature. I always thought I was careful to use videos which had no monetization issues. I mean, I knew a couple of times way back when there was music. I think they should just let you put music videos up and somehow deduct from whatever money you're making, pay Sinead O'Connor's heirs. You know, she only gave $1.4 million to them after that long career. All right. We are witnessing a prelude to the biggest, the baddest silver squeeze. Monday, January 27th by AJ Monte. Silver may not be your cup of tea, but the charts are showing a textbook cup and handle. While the financial news stations, let me see if this helps me. It doesn't help me. Sorry if I misread, everything's a blur. I mean, it's clear and blurry, if that makes sense. I know that doesn't make sense, but it's like I'm seeing multiple levels of clearness overlapping each other. I don't know. While the financial news stations focus most of their attention on the stock market, it seems as though the precious metals market is beginning to get more headlines, especially after gold broke out to all-time inflation-adjusted highs last Friday. Can you imagine that? You've been hearing about gold now for a while, and Bitcoin skyrockets, housing prices, everything in the world is up, and gold finally made an all-time high last Friday. History does not repeat itself, but it does show repeatable patterns. In fact, one of the most reliable price patterns is a cup and handle formation. Below, you will see a 55-year monthly chart. That's 55 years, longer than most of you have been on the planet. 55 years since afternoon delight. 55 years since Richard Nixon closed the gold window. 55 years since Elvis Presley was a star. 55 years is a long time. You will see a 55-year monthly chart of silver. 55 years. So that sets up a trend. So they have a $50 price target. That's going to happen. My opinion, once it breaks 50, 100 is next. A candle chart is nothing more than a footprint of the price action over time. As we know, price is driven by the actions of those who buy and sell in the open market and short sellers. And if you think about it, the charts are recording the behavior patterns of those who drive the price up, down, and sideways, and the criminals. When prices reach a level where investors feel it's overvalued, they sell it. Unless you're a criminal, you're always selling it. It's always a ping pong ball. And when they believe that, and JP Morgan is criminal, by the way. And when they believe the price is cheap enough, they'll buy it. And Bank of America might be the company most caught out by the short position in silver. Underlying support is where investors see value. Overhead resistance is where investors feel comfortable taking profits. Once the price begins to break out through and over resistance levels, traders will move in for the hot money. This gets the attention of investors who start to regret selling early. Below is a chart published in September, and this is for gold. This was a breakout, cup and pattern breakout in gold in September of 2024, and gold did break out. Gold is still running, and my 3,000 per ounce target is still in force. Brave man, brave man, brave man. You measure the depth of the cup, that's right. And when it breaks out, that becomes your target. Clever business, huh? Silver has a long way to go just to test the brim of the cup. However, a breakout over 50 is when the real action begins. See, we're down here, and it's got a big move to get to the brim. Gold got to the brim. Fill it to the rim. Or is it the brim? Is brim like brunch, a contraction of rim and I don't know, rim and bottle? I am not factoring in the supply shortage because of industrial applications, but also because of criminal shorting. COMEX is the most vulnerable. I don't know. I think London's vulnerable ahead of COMEX because COMEX, there's a lot of ability. I don't know what word, force majeure, but they can just turn contracts into cash settlement. I'm not sure that's on the London Exchange as much. The London Exchange is much more physical trading. COMEX, the world's leading derivatives marketplace. I have more guns than I need, but fewer guns than I want. The Gramm-Leach Bliley bill that Bill Clinton signed into law on the advice of Robert Rubin. Derivatives need no regulating because Wall Street's better at policing themselves than the government ever could be. Now, I'm going to only tell you this once. I did not have sex with that woman, sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. What a great president Bill Clinton was. What a great president. The world's leading derivatives marketplace, COMEX, is extremely vulnerable to a short squeeze because they are the exchange that is obligated to deliver physical metal to those who take delivery on expired future contracts. That's where I disagree with this guy. I think this applies to the LBMA, but I don't think it applies as much to the COMEX, because when they get in trouble, they'll just deliver cash. Once we have reached a point where the supply runs out, and I think we are there, the global exchanges will have to beg, borrow, or steal the silver bars to meet delivery obligation. If there isn't enough silver to fulfill obligations, COMEX could wind up in default. I think the LBMA is more likely. Needless to say, this would result in an unprecedented global catastrophe and would take out banks who are involved in lease agreements in silver. The first sign you will see before the price explodes of silver will come from the COMEX when they halt trading. They will declare a financial emergency. They will mandate all brokers and dealers to restrict any new buying of the metal. This will only last for a short period. Let's see what he says here. Bullish lease rates on silver. I want to silver ETFs. A variety of silver bullion ETFs are worth consideration, in my view. That's his view, not mine. Favorites, the iShares Silver Trust, SLV, the Aberdeen Physical Silver Shares, SIVR, Sprott Physical Silver Trust, number one in my book, PSLV, and 2 times leverage, Pro Shares Ultra Silver, ATF, AGQ. Demand for silver from photovoltaic cells, which make up a solar panel, has grown 3-fold since 2014 and is expected to reach 161 million ounces in 2023. I think there's only 800 million ounces produced per annum. I think. We'll check that. Demand could reach 180 million ounces. He talks about money supply and debt. He has a target of 300 to 400 per ounce. Well, he didn't name the banks that are in trouble. He did not name the banks in trouble. I want to show you a bunch of terrorists if I can find it. There. Look at all those terrorists. That's a lot of terrorists returning to their homes. That is a lot of terrorists returning to their homes. You got to, as Donald Trump says, just clean out Gaza Strip so that his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, can build condos. He didn't say that last part, I did. Look at all those terrorists. Do they deserve to live? Do they deserve homes? Do they deserve to have families? God didn't choose Palestinians. It's in the Bible. Look it up. It's in the Old Testament. God didn't choose Palestinians. Moses didn't lead Palestinians to what's now Gaza Strip. Look at all these terrorists trying to get back home. Unbelievable. They should just be wiped out of God. This Gaza Strip should be Israeli for Israeli condominium, Israeli profit, Israeli banking. I wish them all the best luck in the world. It's going to be hard. Catherine Morris, I don't know what that means. I hope I'm not on your list. Yeah, let's look at the prices. Finger motion looks good. A friend of mine called that perfectly. But finger motion is $1.38 to $1.40. Last trade $138.97. 201,000 shares. And we can look at a chart later, but what that's showing me, possibly, I hope so, that Roth Capital is in fact organizing a defense of this offering that they led, 3-4 weeks ago. Well, let's see. I don't know. Anyway, about a month ago, they did this offering. It doesn't show up on my little news service. The other thing that happened, as you know, is the professionals scared everybody. I believe it was just idiotic panic, but they scared everybody to sell NVIDIA and the markets. The market now is up, but let's say where NVIDIA is. It's down 22. Let's just, for the heck of it, see where Intel is. One of my favorite ideas is to have taken 10% of your NVIDIA, sell it, and probably buy an equal amount of Intel shares in terms of numbers. Intel's down 58 cents. So that's one good thing when you're down on your dumps. It's hard to go much lower. Everything's negative on Intel, everything. But remember Pentium inside? Anyway, so in that environment, they've sold off Railtown, and I wish I had money. Railtown is trading at 29 cents. I wish I had money. Railtown, let me go through. We've gone through the presentation, so I assume you've seen that. It's all matter of public information. But let's try to run through some of the panic out there. China is going to beat us in AI. Well, I do think Joe Biden was the best single investment the Chinese Communist Party ever made in a foreign politician. They invested in the Clintons, starting with Bill and then ending up with Hillary, heavily. They invested in George W. Bush and remember when he walked the spy plane down, and they got some benefit from that. The biggest benefit, though, was corrupting Joe Biden and his family. And so, yeah, China probably has received a boost from traders to our country. However, let's think about it. Just because China comes up with this DeepSeek for $6 million. So what does that prove? That AI is growing rapidly, and what was that principle in software? It's not the Peter principle. It's the anyway. The power of the computing power will double in half the time. I forget the name of that rule. So computer power will double in 2 years. The next time it'll double again in a year. Next time it doubles again. And that may be happening with AI. There's no question. But this Deep Squire, or whatever it's called, Deep Squid, is open AI. Railtown's AI is not open. Now, they did spend a lot of money on it. The fact that it cost Railtown 3 or 4 years and a ton of money, and if they started now, it might be cheaper, that's an irrelevancy. Doesn't really. So it would have been cheaper if you did it now than if you did it then. But you did it then, so it costs you more money. That's life. On the other hand, they have their product finished and they're selling it. So I think that's really just kind of a so what. The other thing is, well, what if this Deep Squid can do more than Railtown? Well, what if? It's open, number one. Number two, are they going to focus on software development as a market? Or are they going after everything, Chat GPT or any of the others out there? I don't know. I don't see it. In the time frame that Railtown is already going out and getting customers, I don't see Deep Squid as much of a threat. China in general, maybe, but do Chinese think independently as much? That they're very extremely hardworking, extremely smart, ambitious, but do they have a culture to step outside of the crowd, or do they have to move the whole crowd? A train is only as fast as its caboose, which is normally the same speed, but you get my point. If the whole crowd has to get there together, they don't have an innovator who's willing to go out in front, as the American ethos, or used to be anyway. Now we're all about equity. Make sure that men don't get ahead because they took all the risk. In a given example, they took all the risk and they took the chances, and they spent 20 years of their life building it while others were finding themselves and running up their various counts. And then all of a sudden he gets ahead. Well, it's time to get some equity. Let's put Adena Friedman in and make sure that the board is all evened up, and we better make sure everybody gets there at the same time. So maybe we're becoming more Chinese, but what I mean is communist Chinese, than what I remember. Maybe that's what's going on. But in general, I don't think China is a country where one person blazes ahead, risking it all. You have to bring a whole cohort with you. My argument being, Railtown, one couple of group of guys. There's a woman in human resources too. She's there. It's another woman in investor relations. Don't forget that. Thank you, Adena Friedman. But these two couple of guys have done it before, and they are aggressively moving forward. So that separates Railtown, I think, from this generic idea that China is going to be a threat. The other thing is the Railtown software, whatever it's called, is closed. It's not open. So unless you stumble, I guess you could break in somehow. You're not going to find out the secret sauce or the code. It's closed. So Railtown has a defined product, a defined and massively growing market, and they're marketing their product. I think this sell-off, if I had money, I would double my position. So I like Railtown at these prices very much. Finger is still up. Collective Audience, there's systems in place. Don't worry about it. There's systems in place. Logic is supposedly 2 cents. I've heard that in both cases, there's supposed to be some things changing. With Collective Audience, they're going to get off of the expert market, and with Logic, there's some sort of news coming. DJT is down 2.5. G-Bucks, another one that I don't know anything about, but it's pulled back. Anytime these things pull back that are in play, I think might be a time to nibble. MLSS is up a penny. Nixie is up 2 cents. Now, Nixie is back down. Could it go a little bit lower? Sure. But that sense I had that it had run up, and that's, the so-called power, I don't want to call them powers that be, the criminals would try to get it back down. That's sort of happened now. Question is, can it get back up? And that's always a risk. My favorite play right now would be Rail at 28 cents. And Finger, I think, is going to 150, 155. That's not very exciting. Well, it's up. And if you own it and it starts, let's say, goes to 160, 165, maybe you can sell some of the $2 calls, bring in some premium. The Redskins lost yesterday. First time I watched any football all year. That was my reward. All right. The one was first. Cliff Duran. Rondell. Hey, Pete. Let me make sure my thing is set up. I think he's playing pickleball right now or at lunch.
Battery 80%.
But
Connected
anyway,
to
I'll stay on as long as it takes, so you can hear the same thoughts. Hey, pilot to the moon. Yeah, good for you, Michael Lonesky, Lonesky, Lonifsky, Lonsky. I don't know, Lone Sky. It was probably Loniskovich when you came through Ellis Island. That's what happened to my mother's father's name, something like that. Might have happened to my dad's name, the name I have now. Might have been anglicized to hide the Catholicism. Hey, Darren. Hey, Gary. Do we have Trump's financial related appointments in place to address the MMTLP situation? Well, I don't think so. And I don't think that's going to be the top of his agenda. However, I was just going through old shit this weekend and I found my stack of cards from Congress and the Senate. And I was thinking it'll, once maybe a month goes by, it'll be worth going back through Congress and the Senate because a lot of the offices have changed. I wish that the states, Wisconsin, Michigan, California, Arizona, didn't cheat. They took days and weeks to corruptly move Senate and House seats from the Republican side to the Democratic side. So the margin of power is very small, and maybe some of the changes in Congress are fewer. But I think it's probably time to do another effort in Congress. But no, I don't think he's going to address the MMTLP situation. Now, when you bring up MMTLP as a situation, there's two aspects to it. One is that the criminals got caught counterfeiting, selling billions, I think, of shares that did not exist, in billions of shares in Torchlight, MMAT, and then they fraudulently created documentation that FINRA, who is corrupt, and the SEC, who is complicit, approved. The criminals applied to have this obscure oil and gas stub dividend of a private company to start trading. The criminals did that. They're trapped. Anyway, they sold a lot of stock. They called it they got the stock ticker symbol MMTLP. Now, so the first issue is you believed, as did I, that there was a chance for a short squeeze as the criminals were forced to cover. Little did you know that can't think of her name, but the woman that went to UVA, I think she did. She was at FINRA. She founded an obscure rule. Jessica Hopper. That she might not have gone. She might have gone to Georgetown. The other one might have gone to you. Anyway, the Goldman Sachs director who works at FINRA and is employed, I forget her name, blonde. I think she might have gone to UVA. I can't remember. But anyway, Jessica Hopper found this ruling and stopped trading. Now the argument is, Richard K., they can't do that. Well, really? They can. They did. They did it. Now their argument is that trading stopped on that Thursday anyway, because regular way settlement was Monday. So you couldn't have traded on Friday or Monday anyway. But that elides the very real fact that one is allowed to trade with shortened settlement. You can trade, same day settlement, next day settlement. You can do that. They ignore that in that ruling. The fact is, what they did was legal. It's in the arcane rule books. Now, what they did to approve trading, I think, is at a minimum sloppy, if not criminal. Apparently, they sold their own shares, and I think that, as a public company, makes them feloniously, I can't say the word. I think they created, they violated securities laws and committed felonies, and the whole existence of FINRA gets called into question. And in that case, there could be settlements beyond anything you could imagine. But that's a legal process. That's a regulatory process. Trump's not going to focus on that, in my opinion. The other aspect of MMTLP is, what does Wall Street owe you? Now, you're going to focus on, you missed out on 2 days of trading, and you're going to ignore, as I would, because there's proof, apparently, that there were trades at thousands of dollars per share. Well, they might have erased those trades, but there's at least evidence of that. But there's no way to know from a court standpoint whether or not you would have been able to sell at thousands of dollars, or if at the end of the day the stock would have opened way up and then come crashing down on the Friday and the Monday. It's very hard to prove that, and I don't see it. So what does Wall Street owe you? It's some sort of, hey, it would have happened price? No, they owe you one share of Nextbridge. You can still get that one share of Nextbridge yourself for $80. Go do it. You can get it all $80, regardless of your position. If you have 100,000 shares, costs you $80. If you have 1,000, costs you $80 roughly in FedEx fees. But you can go get those shares, and that's the only obligation Wall Street has to you. And I think the odds are much better that Nextbridge will be worth $25, $40, $50, $75 before regulators and Wall Street and the next president ever get you any kind of settlement based on a short squeeze. I just don't see it. Now, politically, I think we could bring pressure on Trump, veterans, people losing their money, being lied to, the regulation. But I don't think Trump understands the stock market any better than you did at first. You do now, but I don't think you understood it at first. I don't think Trump has any better understanding. This argument that short sellers are a cleansing vehicle in the market has great weight. It's like saying nuclear power is clean or coal is clean. These get into our psyche. The banks still run the government. The corruption in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, California doesn't come, or with the Clintons or with the Bidens, doesn't come out of nowhere. It's from the banks. China's part of it, but it's the banksters. So I don't know that Trump's going to go up against the banks. We'll find out. We'll find out. But no, I don't expect any addressing of the MMTLP situation I do think you can address it yourself by moving your placeholder to Alpine, whatever the heck it's called, American Stock Transfer, Xfinity or something, Surreptibity, some stupid name. I can't remember, but move it to the transfer agent. You'll have your shares in 6 weeks. If there's a settlement through the legal system or the political system, you'll still get your, they may take $10 off or $25 off to allow for what NextBridge is worth, but you're going to get a piece of that payout. But in the meantime, stop sitting frozen and not taking your own addressing to the situation. Stop listening to Double D. He's getting paid to get you to do nothing, and he doesn't care about you. He just does not care about you. Hey, Eddie Eagle. Do you think F13 will do anything? F1 will do. S3, F. I'm too dim-witted to figure out what F13 is. I'm sorry, I can't think of what F13 is. Hey, Mark, oh, what a happy. No. I wish I could hug that dog. I'm all right, thank you. Hey, Narad. Hey, Zizu. Hey, son of what? Finger 140, let's look again. 141 on finger. At 150, that's Ross, that was their deal price. So if you were a guy like me with my accounts, and I bought finger on the secondary, and there's probably I don't know how much I'm trying to think what number. There's probably 20 or 25 cents in that deal. It wouldn't have been all paid for by finger because it's a gross number. It may have been a bonus to get the deal done, but let's say it was 20 cents, 25 cents gross to me. And so if I did, 100,000 shares across my clients, I'd have a $2,000, $2,500 commission. I might get half of that. It's not, it's not anymore. That's not a big day, but that was a lot 20, 25 years ago. But I couldn't sell it because the stock was underwater. If I sold it, the commission would be taken away, and they could track it, by the way. 25, 30 years ago, they could track every single share. Ann Wagner's your problem. The computers can track the shares. So anyway, my point is, once it gets to 150, 155, I will assume you're going to see some selling because brokers whose clients are in it will be able to take that money out of the market and do the next deal. And so at $1.50, $1.55, I think it'll stall for a while. But I might be wrong. It might be news that gets it going higher. But if it gets to 150, 155, that's great. That means that to me that Roth Capital did a legitimate investment banking job. Fighting since Jesus won't ever end fighting. I don't call dropping $2,000 2,000-pound bombs, flying state-of-the-art jets, telling people to move from one living area over to another and then bombing the new area. I don't call that fighting. I call that slaughter. It's not fighting, it is slaughter. It is genocide. And for any of you who think back in Civil War days, you would have been on the side of the slaves, or back in if you were born in Germany, you would have been on the side of the Jews, or back in Mexico when the last dodo bird was shot, you would have been on the side of the dodo birds. All these great moral questions that you would have been on the right side of. Where do you stand on the slaughter of an entire population happening in front of your eyes? Hey, they deserve it. They were born Palestinian. Hey, October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. What about the Nakba? What about 75 years? A land with no people for a people with no land. Hey, oh yeah, there's some brown skins there. Let's get them out of there. Let's send in the tanks, send in Menachem Begin, tear down, pulverize 1,000-year-old olive groves and olive farms, destroy towns. What side are you on that issue? And let's see in 100 years if you took the right side. Oh, I have wit. I'm a dimwit. I'm a dimwit. Would you buy PSLV or physical silver? Both. I would do both. But if you really want me to pick one, I would do physical. Here's the problem with physical silver. You got to keep your mouth shut. It'll be stolen if you don't. Secondly, it's heavy. It is heavy. So if you have to move, or if there's an urban unrest or a rural unrest wherever you are, and you have to get the hell out of Dodge to move 2,000 ounces or 1,000 ounces of silver, it's going to look like you have a dead body in the back of your car. Not quite, but you get my point. It's heavy. The other thing about, depending on how you buy your silver, is it tarnishes. So you shouldn't open any of it, I don't think, but other people think you can. It's in big, like, for example, if you buy ounces and there's a crisis, unless you buy the Silver Eagle, people won't really know what it is. They might not know what the Silver Eagle is. But let's say you go to the gas station and gasoline is trading at $10 a gallon because there's inflation. Well, there's an emergency. They have it at $10 a gallon. But let's say silver is trading at $300 an ounce. and you have 10 silver coins. I don't know. They might know the price of those coins, but they might only give you 1 gallon. Each coin's on the front, it says $1. I'm making an extreme example, but you might end up overpaying for emergency goods to get out of town. The way around that right now, is to buy junk silver. Now I get corrected. That's constitutional silver. Constitutional silver. That's pre-1964 or 1965 coins. The last one was the Kennedy $50. Those people will know, and they'll probably have, like a silver dime will probably have a pretty well-known value. And that'll get you out of town. Now, on that subject, you don't need silver or gold either. You could have coins, just your regular coins you have now. Those are printed by the U.S. Mint. Those are not printed by the Fed. So those may have a value. They'll certainly have a value as being recognizable. But a quarter might only be worth a nickel or something, but it'll have something. The other is dollar bills, $10 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, $50 bills. Those are printed by the Federal Reserve, which is not federal. It's not a reserve. It's just a banker's bank. I think those paper currencies will have value for a while. So it's good to have some of that at home when the ATM shut down in an emergency. But if I had to pick one all in, I'd buy physical silver. I would either store it with the organization you buy it from, or I would have it delivered and just don't tell anybody about it. Now, on PSLV, the great thing about PSLV is it's in your account. And if silver goes to 300 or goes to 1,000, you can sell that and you have cash in your account and you can buy Bitcoin or you can buy, whatever's out there. NVIDIA at 2,500 a share or whatever. But the risk is if the financial markets collapse, anything you have in your brokerage account will be, whether legal or not, and the documents you sign seem to make it legal, will be taken over by your brokerage firm to meet their own margin calls. And so they can stay in business. And so PSLV might do, I'm talking in an extreme financial dynamic, might do really well. But it could take you 5 years to get your money because it'll be in the lawyer's hands right now. The one good thing of MMTLP and some of these other stocks, you're seeing how Wall Street really is if you choose to see it. That's what's happening in the silver markets. That's what's happening in the ETFs. Now, the PSLV, run by Eric Sprott, who I think is an honest man, he is a Canadian, can't help but promote, but I've followed him a long time. I've never met him. I met his right-hand man. But I really like him. And I think he is honest, has created a product that you can track the ounces. You can track the ounces on their website. Although last time I looked, I couldn't find it. But on their website, they list every bar they own. So I like PSLV very much, better than any other ETFs. But the other ETFs, you can trade them. So it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to trade or be your own central bank. If you want to be your own central bank, if you want to protect your family and a few of your friends, if you want to come out of this maelstrom ahead of us, and you have enough capital to acquire the corner store or buy the bed and breakfast or buy a small apartment building or a small office building in a good location, or buy an apple orchard, or buy a solar panel factory. If you want to be in that situation, buy physical silver, buy physical gold. Don't tell anybody about it. Store it if you must, but if you're someplace where you're not going to move, maybe you can just throw that out back with the tractors, or put it in the garage behind the Plymouth, or put it downstairs with the Monkees albums and the Donny Osmond version of Wild Horses that you couldn't get rid of. I don't know if I'm witty. I think I'm what were your two questions? I'll try to get them answered. Danny's Moore's Law. Danny's Moore, galloping through the land. Danny's Moore, galloping through the night. He steals from the rich, gives to the poor. Danny's Moore, auxiliary. Stand and deliver. Give me your lupins. You mean the flower lupin? We don't have any lupins. Look, mate, I happen to know that this is the Lupin Express. Oh, all right. In a bunch. DeepSeek AI is really good, and it's open source. Okay, but I don't disagree with that, and I think you have Joe Biden to thank for, and Clinton did the WHO, and anyway, we've just voluntarily helped China beat our pants off, which is fine. Everyone voted for it, whatever. I don't want to get lost in that. But my point is, does DeepSeek pose a threat to Railtown AI? That's all I was talking about. And Railtown is trading at 29 cents. So it's down on actually it's trading at 27 cents. It's down on this news of DeepSeek. Should it be? I don't think so. I think this presents an opportunity to buy Railtown. That's all I was trying to say. Son of what? I forget who yesterday or the day before I had to hop off so quickly, bought a monster box of silver. Bravo. A monster box is a pre-counted. I think all of mine were green, although one might have been gray. But it comes in a plastic box and it's sealed, and it has it's not a CUSIP. It has a delineation ownership number on it. But anyway, what I wanted to say yesterday, don't open that box. So if you buy a monster box of Silver Eagles, for example, and it's the first time you bought silver, they're going to ship it to you. I wouldn't even open the brown box that it comes in, because it just looks like a box of tile or maybe a box of paint supplies or something. It looks like nothing. People look at it, pick it up. They're going to think, is this weights? What do you have in here? You have some iron? They won't know what it is. I'd leave it that way. I wouldn't open it up. But if you want to, you open the box to see if they actually sent you what they said. I guess you could do it. I wouldn't open the box. Why? The cardboard box I wouldn't open. But I definitely would not open the monster box cutting the bands of metal. Why? Let's say just imagine that in 18 months, the dollar goes to 1,000. No. Let's just say it flips. Right now, it takes 97 Russian rubles to buy $1. And that was higher, by the way. So let's say that the energy miracle continues in Russia. Let's say the war economy and industrial base continues in Russia. Let's say that Russia's population, which Putin talked about, the same thing I've talked about with you, he talked about it fluently. He was asked the question. Let's say their population stabilizes and starts to come back up. It's all about women not having enough children. It's happening around the world. I'm not putting a value judgment on it. It's a woman's body. She can make a choice. She might have had a chance to have many children, but she chose, not now. I'm not ready. I've got this all important job, whatever the hell. I'm old enough to know there's very few jobs out there that are important. But anyway, so instead of having 5 children, she might end up having 1 or none. Well, whatever. As a population of animals, apparently, we have to reproduce at 2.3%. Now, what does that mean? I don't remember. That's what he was saying. I think it's every couple, every family needs to have 2.1 children. I'll have to look that up because that's confusing. What does that percent mean? 2.1%. Anyway, Russia's not there. We're not there. Europe's not there. Japan's not there. Nobody's there. But Putin is putting in place policies to try to make sure his population stays stable. And let's assume that the Russian economy booms to such a point that when oil is $200 a barrel and natural gas is selling all day long at $25 an MCF, Russia starts paying off its debts. They have gold out the wazoo. They have silver out the wazoo. And when they sit at the new Bretton Woods, which might be at Yalta on the Crimea, overnight they decide that it's not 97 rubles per $1. Let's just assume it's the other way around. It's $97 to buy 1 ruble. I'm just making it up, but an overnight change. And all of a sudden, in that environment, gold goes to $40,000 and silver goes to $10,000 in a panic. Well, if you've opened your box, the cardboard box, and if you've opened the monster box, guess what? You can call in and say, I want to sell. What do I get? Well, we'll pay you let's say it's $10,000 an ounce. We'll pay you $5 million for your monster box as long as you get it into us in 2 days, 3 days. And by that time, I think they'll have a rule as long as the price doesn't change for a week. Well, if you've opened your box, they're not going to honor that contract. They're going to take care of every other trade first, and then they're going to come back to that, and they're going to have to count everything. And if a lot of people did it that way, you might miss your window to get that spike before it comes back down. So I just don't think you should open the boxes at all. But one thing you can do, if you buy a monster box, buy a sleeve of 10 silver dollars, or I mean, you could buy 20. I don't remember if they come in sleeves for 5, but they have different size containers. Buy 5 or 10 or 20. Buy one. So then when it comes, you get the box, but you also get this one that you can look at, and hopefully you can put it in a plastic cover, and you can show it to people, or just look at it for yourself. But don't open those boxes. Happy New Year. Damn Yankee. That's one thing. Would you rather be able to throw a fastball, hit a home run, or be able to sing? I think it'd be fun to be able to sing. Good for you. And play the guitar, good for you. When the price goes above $1.50, the warrants Roth will be in the money. If the special dividend warrant is announced, would Roth not benefit? That question is written within the limits of typing quickly. But as long as the warrants stay warrants, Roth doesn't get the special dividend. If Roth exercises their warrants and keeps the shares, then they'll get the dividend, the warrant as a dividend. So in other words, they have to convert the warrants into shares to get the right to receive the special warrant as a dividend. The warrants themselves that they earned on the offering, 1.5 per share, do not have a right to any dividends because they're not shares. They're just a convertible instrument. That would be 500 warrants free if they do it. Well, they'd have to exercise, Mike. They'd have to exercise their shares. I didn't notice when I read the documents, and maybe Martin wasn't in a position to insist on this, but I think Martin would have been well advised to have built in a call provision such that if the warrants traded above $1.50 for a month, 90 days, the majority, the volume weighted average price over 90 days was above $1.50. Or you could do it that it traded at or above $1.50 for 10 consecutive days. Or you could say the average closing price over a 60-day period was above $1.50. Or you could say the average opening 2 o'clock and closing price. And you come up with a formula. But if that happened, then the company would have a right to force the exercise of those warrants or just call them. It just say, well, you didn't exercise them. They don't exist anymore. I think that would have been great. And that would have helped Finger Motion know their next source of funding. But it's not in there. I don't see it in there. That would be 500,000 warrants free if they allowed it. If they exercise, sure. And they might just to get those warrants. They might. Particularly if the stock's trading at $1.70, why not exercise, book a 20-cent profit, and get these warrants for free? Why not? Uh-oh, something happened. Something happened. That would raise more capital. Figure, well, with no fees. I suppose there's no fees in there. I suppose there's no fees. I'm not ready to say there's no fees. I'd have to read the document. There's too many smart bankers and lawyers involved. But minimal fees, let's say. Minimal fee. Naivre pusti. Pete the Greek. Finger is 139. Wow. Steve, 1.6 million epidurals a year. I wonder what the profit is. $10. $100? SC Brute. You can sell or buy depending on which brokerage firm you're at, but I wouldn't. Let me just make sure. Has it come off? Yeah, it's on the expert market. So it traded at 4 cents. So what's the bid, Jack? The volume's 1,945 shares. What's the bid? You don't know. What's the ask? You don't know. Today at 4 cents, if you assume everything went off at 4 cents, today, $78 worth of stock traded. $78 worth of stock. That's not very convincing to me, even though the print shows that the stock price is up 74 cents. The reason you can't trade is because this is a fraud, the expert market. I mean, if you were, I don't know what side of trading you'd like to be on, but if you were able to buy it at 4 cents, you would turn around and if you said, no, I meant to sell, it'd probably be 0.000001 bid. You'd lose everything. If, on the other hand, they let you sell at 4 cents and you said, no, I want to buy it, I changed my mind, the ask might be 15 cents. It just, there's no obligation to show. This is a license to steal money from you. You shouldn't trade. I don't know why you would want to buy or sell that stock. If you're dying to make money, Jack, in my opinion, I can't give you personal advice, go buy Rail, 29 cents. That has better odds. Railtown AI has better odds. Let me just pick a multiple that's easy for me in my head. That has better odds of going to $2.90 over the next 90 days to maybe, let's say, end of the year than GTII has of giving you any profit trading as long as it's on the OTC expert market. Now, if you want to put offers in to buy GTII low, and you might get some because you believe that the filings are going to be in place and it'll come off the expert market, that might be a reasonable gamble. It'd be a gamble. But if you could buy it at 0.001 or 0.0 a penny even, maybe you can sell it at 2 pennies when it starts trading. Maybe. Nay means yes. Bravo, Palicari. Levendi. Bought 21,000. Good for you, Babcock family. I wish I could. I wish I could. I would do that in a heartbeat if I could do it. But let's say that goes to $1. That's a nice move, huh? But what if it went to, you might have to wait for it. But what if it went to $5? You might have to wait till, I don't know, September, end of the year, next year. What if it went to $5? That's the kind of thing I expect could happen with a company going from R&D to a breakthrough product in AI. There is the caution, as we've talked about, and one gentleman, I think it was Kevin, pointed out that China has a better AI model apparently than the United States. It's a good point. If DeepSeek does well, maybe that'll help Finger, and as money goes to Chinese technology companies, it's a valid point. Yeah, our name. Let's see. There's 4 names in my background. 2 of them got changed at Ellis Island. I think. I mean, I know one did for sure. The other one, they assume it was just done. It might have been done on the part of the family. It wasn't good to be Catholic. Finger less than 45 traded. There might be some news on Finger. There might be. I agree with you, Scott, if they have the balls. You do realize Mark Yuda, the acting chairman of the SEC, was also a Biden guy. New day, same crap. Yeah, it's the banks control it. We argue. That's what we do. Hey, you voted for Trump. Hey, you don't like women. And it's just stupid arguments while the banks incrementally increase their wealth. Well, that's probably, I think Biden knows he's alive. But I'm not sure he was president ever. I think Barack or Samantha Powers. Pat Tomei. I'm looking for a cool change. Cool change. Yeah. Sail on, heartache. Good times never look so good. All right, Pilot to the Moon seems to know. Let's see what he's saying. MMTLP, we were defrauded with Rico, and we will see a reckoning soon. Pulte, Vance, and Nunes have educated Trump. Game over. I love it. The one I'm not sure of, Vance knows about it really well. Nunes I can get. Pulte, I don't know. They didn't start shorting houses. But that's great news, Pilot. That's great. Finger is 138, but I guess it went up to 142. So Trump cannot do anything. So Ham lied to listeners since 1 year. Trump won't fix it. Pat Byrne won't fix it. Thanks for stopping by, Chris. Pat Byrne is not on anybody's side but his own. You mean offsides? 5 shares to remind them. There it is. AST is Equinity. All right. Here comes the Hammeister. All right. Let me see if I can get that stupid speaker.
Oh, you're live. I didn't know that.
Well, I had the
Battery
speaker ready
80%.
for you.
Connected
But-
to
I had
Skills
no idea you
iPhone.
were even on.
That's because now that you're back to pickleball. All right. I guess I've got to turn the phone off and turn it back on. So I'll call you right back.
All right.
You can move your shares at 401k. I did it from my IRA, one by taking a distribution, but also I have it in one of my piles of paper. I'll try to find it. There's a company out of Chicago called Advanta or something like that, where you can transfer your 401k and they'll hold it for you at the transfer agent. So there's a way around that. Now it might cost you more money than just the FedEx, probably a new annual fee. So it probably costs you hundreds of dollars. But I personally think it's worth it.
Yellow.
All right, you're live like a butterfly.
Okay, everyone. So, William, I created chaos this morning at the pickleball court. I played against 2 good players, and I hit them 5 times with some pretty hard shots. And they went after my partner, and he was pissed off, so they all started yelling at each other. I just said, thank you, and I left. I'm the one that hit everybody, and they were all yelling at each other.
Well, I guess you're a disruptor.
That's what I am, a disruptor. That's exactly right. Anyway, I have no idea, and I've spoken to 10 people already, what Donald Trump is doing. I don't even own the stock. My friends do. How does he let him keep attacking? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Is he setting a trap for them, but meanwhile hurting everybody in the middle of it? It's the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. how he hasn't done anything yet. Just remarkable. Again, I don't own it, but I'm quite angry about it, but I just don't understand it. So I don't even know what to say. All the stuff I hear is that they're going to do something. Are they waiting for the new head of the SEC to step in and do it for them? I don't know. But I got to tell you, it's pretty crazy that he's not saying anything. Figure Motion acts great. The stock popped up to 142. They pushed it, the old cha-cha, push it down. Now it starts to slow move up. It's almost traded 300,000 shares. It's safe to say at least 100 was washed. Easy 100,000. They're just trying to buy more settlement time. And, you know, the short number will be probably 45 to 50%. And you take away the 100, that number goes up to 60, 65, 70%. It's pretty easy. We're waiting for the real short data to come out. It's due out today. I do not have it yet. It's 1,320,000. I'm curious if it still exists or it disappeared. I don't know. The company is doing everything that they say they're doing. They got money. They announced deals. Now we need the dividend, Roth Capital, and what else are we looking for from the company? I'm blank. I forgot for a second. All these things that can make it go. A new special dividend, Roth Capital, Trump speaking, or some new major deals that we're all hearing that are in the works. So again, you know, someone posted last week, they heard there's a big deal coming out of Indonesia, which is great because now they're stepping outside of China, which they said they were going to do. When does it come out? I don't know. Lawyers, you know, bankers, it takes time to get this stuff done. You know, we've been hearing that the Roth Capital deal's coming out, the research report's coming out. Yeah, no, it's got to be a target. It's got to be higher than where they did the stock at. So that's a positive. And I told you before, William, if an analyst comes out with a report, let's say they say $10 target, they won't come out and say $100 target. They'll say $10. As it moves up to 8, then they'll say 8. They're going to raise their target price to blank. That's how they do it. They raise the targets as the stock moves up. Why do they do that? I was always told by an analyst, they don't want the people to really, or the SEC to get on their back like they're hyping anything. So that's the way they do it. They do it in levels, and they move it up. They move it up accordingly. That's how they do it. So for people who say, "Oh, why they put a $9 target when we all think it's going higher?" They when it gets near 9, they raise their target price. You can see that all the time. You'll see companies come out. We raised our target price. We raised our target price. That's how they do it. Slowly but surely. Anybody has a question?
Well, one guy was asking, Mike was asking about the warrant. What if Figure Motion goes over $1.50? Wouldn't the warrants they got on the offering be in the money? Do they get the new warrant?
Whatever. I don't know the number, but whatever number they do, the closer to the strike, the more valuable that option's going to be, right? Or the warrant will be. So let's say the warrant is 3 and the stock is 4. That warrant's going to be worth at least $1.50 with the time premium. $1 is the value, and then add 50 cents for time premium. And remember, these guys are going to be short those warrants at 0. They get no money. They didn't make a sale. They didn't make any money. They're just going to get margin problems from that warrant.
That's a good point.
They don't get any money for it. Right now, when they sell a stock at $1.40, they get $1.40. When those warrants come, they're just going to be short. It's 241 million shares. They're going to be short 24 million warrants. You know, at $1, they're going to be down $24 million, and they're going to have to put margin up to maintain that 24 million. That's got to be at least $2 to $3 in margin money. So that's another $60-70 million. So they'll be down $100 million and didn't get a penny for it. That's what's so dangerous here. For them, not for us. Listen, these guys are here for the knockout punch. What's the price of KNW, William?
Too much. It is 10 cents, 10.52.
So they're in KNW. And the only reason I speak about it, I don't know the CEO. I don't know anything about this company, zero. They signed a deal with the devil. So now I told you this stock is going to break. Once it breaks 10 cents, it's, you know, the lights are going to turn off. The company has to do a reverse. They may not even be allowed to do reverse anymore. The NASDAQ is looking to delist these companies. Stocks that are below $1, no more are getting the opportunity to reverse and stay alive. So the shorts are sitting here saying, let's knock this fucking thing out, put it to bed, wipe it out before, and let the NASDAQ finish them off. That's what they're trying to do. And they're pretty close to finishing it off. It's not me. This is what they do. That's the playbook. And I'm teaching you the playbook, and you're watching it in real time. You're watching the CEO of a public company get slaughtered for signing that deal. And that's just what you're seeing. I didn't create it. I have nothing to do with it. I'm not short the stock. I wouldn't buy it with your money. So basically, they're just going to keep pushing it down till all the longs give up. The company is going to get diluted to death. And this is their game plan. And that's what they do.
DJT's under 30.
I heard. That's why I was angry about it. I just don't understand it, William. How do they continue to allow it to happen, you know?
It's, you know it. Patrick Burns said it. It's a river of money.
Well, listen, we have the most powerful man in the world. If he
Putin?
just comes out and says what he has to do, it's all over with. That's it. There's nothing more you can say. Why hasn't he said it? It's just remarkable. Remarkable. You know? It seems like we're the only people talking about it, trying to help him out. I'm like the least most powerful person in the world, and I'm talking about it all day long. The most powerful man in the world is saying nothing. I don't know how. You know, I wish we could say something, but I just don't get it. Well, I always told you guys, and William, you know it, that I don't depend on anybody to help us out. Because no one's going to save the day but ourselves. And that's what I truly believe. So we have to save ourselves, and that's what we're going to do. And I've, along with some big holders, passed ideas to the company, and the company gets the ideas, and they decide what they're going to do. Shareholders, if you ever see, shareholder advocates, they always make statements, William, correct? We want the company to do this to increase shareholder value. We want this. Well, our shareholders have a voice also, and we say the same thing. And listen, the company, to me, is responding. You know, everyone doesn't see it, but yeah, they are responding. So as long as they respond, we'll be okay. Okay, the company didn't tell us they were doing an offering, but they don't have to tell us.
So
by any
Steve
way.
Thomas says MLSS gets $200 per epidural, and they do 1.6 million a year.
Again, I told you that before. We heard those kind of crazy numbers like that. I think the number's higher, believe it or not. I told you I know people who were buying it, but you know what? I was up 30%. I says, you know what? I wrote it down. I wrote it back up. I wrote it back down. I wrote it back up. And I says, I've had a better source of funds. I wanted to do something with it, right? And what did I tell you I was going to do? I told you I'd buy more finger, right? That's what I did.
Well, you're up in finger.
Listen, I'm not here for 10 cents in this stock. I just used it as, I made 30 cents. I took profit and I put some back in. I put some more shares. I told you I paid 112 and 123. I think I paid. You take the average, 112 and 123. I'm about 116, 115, whatever it is on what I bought. And I keep trying to average in. I'm just waiting for the people. This stock has not had its day yet. Other stocks have had their days. GameStop, DJT's had a monster run from 12 to 57. We haven't had that day yet. And our day is coming,
Our day will
That's how I
come.
feel. And you know what? I'm a believer in buying stocks that go sideways. Look at William, let me just change channels here for a second. I've talked about buying these big names that everybody loves to buy, but just think about it. I told everyone, you want to trade these names, Tesla, NVIDIA, you get, when they pull the plug on these things, you get your ass kicked. And they pulled the plug on NVIDIA today. Imagine buying 1,000 shares if you were lucky enough to have $150,000 to play with. All of a sudden, you're down $25,000, $20,000. I told you those things are dangerous. The options were super big premium. You get wiped out. You lose a lot of money on these things. I don't like to play stocks that made those big moves. The people that do play those stocks that made the big moves, all right, they are big funds that are just averaging up. They paid 50 for it. They pay 80 for it. They pay 100. They pay 130, and they just keep putting fresh money to work. These big funds. That's the profile of a NVIDIA buyer or a Tesla buyer. Other than that, you are basically a riverboat gambler. If you want to play those names, you can win one day. The problem is, William, when we play in NVIDIA or a Tesla, we all do the same thing. We buy it with our big eyes. We're looking at it. We're going to kill them. We catch it. It goes up 4 points. You sell it, and you're clapping. You made 1,000 shares. You made $4,000. You traded it. It happened in 3 minutes. It pulls back, and it's only up 2. You buy it back, and all of a sudden, boom, they pull the plug. You're down 20. You make 4. You lose 20. That's why I try not to stay away from that. That's why I stay away from those things. Because believe us, we all had our plug pulled on us, and we got hurt. So if you're in the business of going to be a riverboat gambler, knock yourself out. I'm never going to tell you to do that type of stuff because it's super dangerous. DJT, how could you not want to buy the dip when you're the most powerful man in the world? Devin Nunes is talking about naked short selling. Are they going to make believe they never said anything about it before? I doubt that, so I expect them to say something. What are they waiting for? I don't know. People yell at me, give him a chance. He's in here changing the world. I got it. But he said so many crazy new things that he's signed into law, exposing the JFK, RFK, and Martin Luther King assassination. Listen, they've all been great men. I really don't give a flying shit about what happened in the past, how they were murdered. I don't care. Who did it? That's not my business. I'm here to make money for my family so I can have a better life before I drop dead. And that's what we're here for. That's all well and good, but you think there were millions of people lined up to hear that shit? No, I don't think people really care. We all know they were shot. Who did it? Who cares? They never caught the shooters, or they think they caught, one of them or 2 of them, or Sirhan, right, William? He was one of them, right? I don't remember who shot Martin Luther King, but, JFK and RFK, they caught their guys, or they believe they did. But again, did he need to sign that off day one? I don't know. He could have taken an executive order and say, hey, guys, let's settle the trades. And anybody who gets caught selling a counterfeit share goes to jail. He could have wrote that in a paragraph, 2 lines, and then signed it. I don't understand it. I told you I spoke to a very powerful, big lawyer, told me he believes the SEC is going to be the one to handle this. I don't know why, but I guess he doesn't. We all thought that he should have said something before he became president, but now it's in the point where he's the president. If he says something, everyone thinks it's going to help his stock. So maybe the SEC has to come out and say this to protect him. I don't know. You let it go too long. I don't know. But that's his problem. He will say something. The more they fuck with him, the better it is for us. That's how I look at it. Because Devin Nunes, if I would go out there and I put all the stories about him calling out naked short selling, he's got to follow through with it. So that that's going to happen. He called them all out. They wrote letters to NASDAQ. They did everything. So again, he needs to say something. Finger motion, it's carrying the ball themselves. They just announced another opportunity in the emergency vehicle trucks, right? Obviously, they raised the money to help support that deal and drive more revenue. The CEO said that they expect to be profitable. I guess this is how they're going to do it, driving the revenue through these trucks. I guess we'll see that number pop up, William, in the next report. We'll find out whether they're making $20,000 or $50,000 a truck. I've heard all crazy numbers. Either way, the margins are much bigger in this truck and putting this stuff into the trucks. And how they ever got the contract to do this, it's like a company, they sell donuts, and the next day they're installing technology in a Jeep in China. That's how crazy that deal is. But Finger Motion got it. Why? I guess because they're very lucky in China or they know some people there. So it's one or the other. We have to figure that one out ourselves. The company's issuing a special dividend. The dividend, we all know about it. It's going to be a free warrant, 10%. I don't know what the strike is. I'm just making up a number. We'll see what it's going to be. That's up to their board of directors, and that they decide on that. But if you're short, you're going to be short 10% more. And this becomes a big problem for them. Obviously, the closer we move towards Trump speaking, it puts more pressure on the shorts that are doing our stock. We obviously have low life shorts, with Lynn Partners. This is not Merlin Capital or a Stevie Cohen or any of these big players, or Citadel. Whoever it is tied to Lynn probably got the contract, William, like we thought, giving it to some friend of theirs, and they're the ones that are doing it. But obviously they have ties to it because they've done this before, right? And when we started this fight, they probably thought they could knock the shit out of us, which they have, and we got them back. We fought back. But I'm sure there's wire transfers, phone records that all lead back to where they get exposed. So this is a big problem for them. They can keep playing all the games they want. Anyone does any due diligence into what they're doing will find that all the money trail leads right back to these characters. And it's obviously, William, that K&W, these guys put up $4 or $5 million into that company. To me, that looks like a $5 million loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
William?
Mm-hmm.
How could they be up 220% that all their stocks that they invest in all get destroyed? And yet they're up 220%? I don't know about you people, but that sounds pretty fishy. You invest $4 or $5 million and it goes to zero and you're profitable? Something doesn't sound right there. But yet they're up to 220%. And they're thrilled about their investments. Obviously, you know what they're doing. Okay, William, anything else?
Well, on that vehicle contract, Finger works with SAIC Motor Corporation, who's a pretty big company. Do you think that Finger just installs the software portion and they buy the vehicles, so that leads to high profit margins for Finger and ongoing revenues from the software use of the software?
I think that they're buying the cars or the trucks from that motor vehicle place. I never knew about that place. I didn't even think about it.
But I was told they buy the vehicles and then they install the technology, and then so the car company gets a sale. They buy the equipment from a satellite manufacturer, whoever does that, whatever they're doing, and they install it. So Finger's putting it all together. The car company's getting a sale, the satellite company's getting a sale, they're installing it. I think Finger Motion, I think they said they get, I think Martin said it in the call, that they get the access to the data, and they make a big payday from the installation and what they're doing. But they have to lay out some money first, and that's why they needed the money. So now they have the money, and just like in the United States, no matter what happens in the economy, no matter what happens, the company is installing emergency service in China. They will not stop and shut down their technology for that's for emergency use. They're not that stupid. They know they need the system, and they'll spend the money on doing it. They think ahead like we do. So Trump is spending money on things for the future, so do the Chinese. So it's just a matter of how many cars and trucks are there. I've heard numbers from 4 million to 40 million. I don't know how many are in China. I have no idea. But just think about it. Police cars, ambulances, electric power line people, gas companies, emergency response, this one, fire, hazmat, all these people have to be connected. And in that AT&T net thing, I forget what it's called, they said that during emergencies, they needed to create a system that's not tied to us, retail, because we clog up the whole emergency response. And I guess that's why they have their own networks. So it's important that they have their own networks. Can you imagine 1.7 billion people, and there's a big emergency in China, all trying to use their phones and everything? Forget it. It'll be like tied up forever. So they created their own system. So it's all good.
Do you think that today's fall in the stock market is reducing collateral for shorting?
Any damage in the equity market is hurting the shorts, whether it's going up or down. People that are losing will pull in money that they're lending out because they have to protect themselves. So just think about it. You lend me, William, $1 million, and all of a sudden you take a hit on your side, you're going to say, hey, I need that money back. It's the same thing that's going to happen to these characters. A stock market going down, it's going to hurt what? The brokerage firms, because people aren't trading, people aren't investing, so those stocks will go down. You'll start seeing different things fall apart, like NVIDIA, it's down $24. The darling, they shot the darling of Wall Street. The stock that carried the market always up has now got a bullet in its head. You want to buy the dip? Go ahead.
This might not be true, but you might know. But how come no CEO takes on FINRA or the SEC, takes them to court for failure to supervise, failure to regulate?
Whoever's asking that question, if you're an attorney, I can get you 50 companies tomorrow, but you have to eat the cost. That's basically it. It's companies like Finger Motion just raised more, $5 million. Should they take the $5 million and go hire Wes Christian and wait till you're blue in the face? Pat Byrne fought, I forget how many years. I think it was 5 years, and he spent $30 million. And what did he do? He broke even with Merrill Lynch and Goldman Sachs. He got information from them. He got his $30 million back. He got information about Goldman and Merrill Lynch, but his own attorneys advised him to settle because the time just keeps going on. That's how they win. They drag it out. And that's how these guys win. So I'm a believer in fight it out in the battlefield. All right. Northwest Bio has been fighting it with the use of the lawyers. And what's happened over the last 2.5 years, the stock has went down from 50 cents to 28. Their product is probably going to, hopefully it works. But for investors, there's been nothing but a heartache because West gets paid no matter what. They make bold statements because he is doing the right thing. But still, the brokerage firms drag it out. The court system drags it out. They move from this court to that court. And here it is 3 years later, and you're sitting there saying, well, we got to get closer. And you know what? People are sitting here waiting. And it's just not happening. So I don't believe in that. I believe that if you had a deep pocket investor that wanted to take on this fight, I think it's a great do, but most people don't have the money to take it on.
So those 1.6 million epidurals apparently happen in Florida alone.
Oh, really? I thought it was 10 million, William.
So 1.6 million in Florida.
I think it's 10 million altogether.
Do you
I
have to
think
take an epidural to die?
Do you?
Florida
Oh,
seems
okay.
mostly for dying.
Well, whatever it is. I don't know anything about it. Like I said, in Finger Motion, I think today, out of 300,000 shares, 33% of it, or 100, at least 100, has been washed. Easy. They just keep putting up orders. It's terrible that we have to watch it. But the SEC, they deserve. These guys are criminals. They all are.
So today, GDC announced they're discontinuing their live streaming gaming business. So what?
I don't even know what that is. No idea what that is.
They're going to discontinue online live streaming gaming.
That is interesting. Okay, and I'm going to give you exactly the same thing. GameStop is 3 3/4. The business was failing during the pandemic. The whole thing was a waste of time. It went to $500. So it doesn't make a difference what this is about.
Zhao Jian Wang said, "We are deeply grateful for the last 18 months. The decision is part of a broader strategy to prioritize resources
That's
to
the
our
name of the game.
long-term vision."
Well, listen, that stock squeezed to 10. They should have raised money on the run-up, right?
Yeah.
What are they waiting for? Do it down here and then cut. See, the company did the right thing, didn't raise the money, and yet they basically got their stock back down here. Imagine if they raised 10 million at $10, they would have sold 1 million shares. It went to 12, right?
Yeah.
So again, the whole thing, the whole crime is that these trades are unsettled. They can flood the market. They can control the price, and that has to end. It just has to end. I don't know what GDC does, but let's say they do working on a cure for cancer, and imagine if it gets shut down, like a CVM or a Northwest. I'm just saying the names that I know of. There's so many more that do stuff I don't know. I mean, look at Northwest Bio. Everyone I hear tells me that the results are great, blah, 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 blah. And the stock is 29 cents. I'd rather let it happen, open it up, let it open at 5. When I know they get the approval, then I'll jump in at $3, $4, $5, right?
There's a China news story out which reads in part, experts project that the global mobile payment market will be worth a whopping 1.16 trillion by 2032. The mobile money market has seen significant advancements over the past decade thanks to technology. This bullish forecast for the mobile payment space presents significant growth opportunities for enterprises like Finger Motion Inc., NASDAQ, FNGR, who have ventured into the provision of virtual something or other payment services.
Well, listen, The company has been putting news out like this for a while. Everyone on this phone looks at it and say, oh, these guys are fucking morons. This can't be good news because the stock price ticks down. I got it. We all say the same thing. But it is great news, and the stock will react. And you said, well, show me, prove it to me. Well, I posted this morning about Carvana. And the reason I spoke about Carvana is because I sold 2 cars through Carvana. I thought it was a great experience when I did it. They had that stock down December or January. It was either December 22 or January of 2023, the beginning of the year. It was below $4. Today it hit 248. The high on it was 268. What they did in December and January 2023 is the same thing they're doing today. Nothing's changed. They buy and sell used cars, and this is how they do it. And this is how they deliver it to you. They pick it up, and that's how they do it. What changed? Well, they got a short squeeze involved, and they killed the shorts. And now they have a $250 stock. The shorts tried to kill it. It didn't work. They gave up, and now they got a $250 stock. Nothing has changed. Carvana is not doing landing people on the moon. They buy your car, sell your car. They do both, and they pick it up and deliver it. And it's no dealerships. It's great. I did it. It was great. Why'd they kill the stock? I don't know, because it was there. It turned. They tried to knock it out, and it didn't work. And now look where it is. $250 in a little over a year and a half, 2 years, whatever it was. Most of us would kill to have a stock go from 3 to 250. And that's why I picked out Carvana, because it's the same thing as Finger Motion. Only thing with Finger Motion is this company has so many opportunities that I think are bigger and stronger than selling a used car in the United States. Because everyone buys and sells used cars. Not everyone can install technology to the emergency vehicles in China. Not everyone can collect top-up money in China. Not everyone can work on data with the Chinese insurance companies like Finger Motion's doing. Their opportunities have not kicked in yet, but I believe it will. And I think the opportunities are massive. And they're the only one in the space. Think about that one. They're the only ones that have a license to install the technology in the cars, the emergency responses. They're the only ones. And the CEO made a point to that, William, because we discussed that. Boy, he's really harping on it that they're the only ones with this license. Remember, he stated that in one of your interviews.
Yeah.
So for him to state that, that tells you how big this thing could possibly be.
Well, we ran out of questions.
Someone must have a question about something.
Well, I might have scared them all off.
Well, I'm just going to let you know. I'll end it like this. My opinion is MLSS. You know what it is. I sold it. I paid $1. Anyone who's on these calls probably played below $1. And you can stay as long as you like, do whatever you like. It's not my business. You know the information. You can get in and out whenever you like. That's your business. Do I think it's going higher? I don't know how it hasn't exploded yet, but I'm not here. I don't need to have another slow boat to China. So I took my 30% profit and I moved along. That was it. I'm saying percentage only because, I normally I would say 30 cents, but $1 to $1.30 is a 30% profit. So again, not every stock is going to be $1 million hit, but again, always making money. You never go broke when you keep bringing the register. DJT, I don't know how Trump has not said anything yet. It's just appalling that he hasn't. But the more they fuck around with it, the better. The more he's getting pressure from his friends. Can you imagine being one of Trump's supporters, big donor, and he tells you the stock is going to go and you buy 1 million shares? You got to call him back and say, what the hell's going on? I'm down. I paid 35. I'm down $6 million on this thing. And Trump will say to him, hey, don't worry about it. Wait, relax. I'm sure he's saying that to a lot of people. So I don't know when they unleash hell, but it's got to be coming. Finger motion, all the information is out here. We know a Roth Capital report's coming. What second it's coming? I don't work for Roth Capital, and I've been hearing it's any moment. So let's see what they say. They're not going to say the stock is worth less than $1.50 because that's what they just paid for it, right? I'm just going to play the opposite. You know it's going to be higher because they want their clients to know that they got them in a real company. They never would have had their clients put money into something that is bad. All right, this isn't like Benchmark or Aegis, all these animals. All right, this is a firm that, does a lot of biotech deals. That's what they specialize in. That's what my friend does. And they try to make things happen the best they can. That's at least what I'm getting from my friend. I don't work for Roth Capital, so I don't know. But my friend does work there. He was an Oppenheimer guy for 30 years, so he's a pretty strong guy and understands the game.
I don't get the connection, but do you want to talk about the G6 and finger?
The G6, what is that, a car? I don't even know what that is.
Well, I actually
No,
think
I
it's
don't-
the
I don't-
G20, but I guess it's 6
I
countries.
I don't care about all that stuff. I'm here about stock settlement, exposing a short and breaking the shorts back. That's what I care about. I just talked about fundamentals so you guys can do your own homework on it and read up about it. Because if the
Oh,
fundamentals...
6G, finger and 6G. I guess
okay.
they're moving
G6.
away from 5G to 6G.
Well, they're just showing you that finger motion, and for those who don't understand it, finger motion is involved with the Chinese telecoms. The Chinese telecoms are moving at a rapid pace. It's a new technology all the time. And finger motion just happens to be tied to them. They definitely tied to the Chinese government. And the Chinese government is letting them come along for the ride on the telecom information. So as they keep doing things in telecom, finger motion gets the opportunity to participate and be part of something that they're doing. And I think that's why they talk about it, because they are somehow tied to it. They get the opportunities in G6. I don't think finger motion would be sitting here talking about G6 if they couldn't get their dirty fingers into it, right?
Right.
So if finger motion is saying the technology, if the technology is there, then I'm sure finger motion is going to have an opportunity in that. That's what makes sense to me. It's 2:00. The volume's 300,000. There's no sell-off. People, I'm just giving you my opinion as a trader. Any stock that's got some positive momentum from the day before pops up a little bit, went to 142. They pushed it down to 129 and it walked always back up to 139, 140. Those are positive signs to buy the stock. That's my opinion. Because that's showing you that the sell-off, there is no sell-off. They tried to push it down and they don't know what to do. That is a short that's in trouble. That's what I see. That pattern, if you find it in any other stock, is a buying pattern. And I think that if you follow it, if you see that same pattern, 9 out of 10 times it's going to work for you. Finger motion just happens to have, a big naked short on its back holding it down. But you can see they created the pattern today. It went to 142. And you can see every time it gets to 40, they kind of offer it down to 39. And then they cross some stock trying to hold it. They're trying to make believe that they're sellers. It's the same stupid thing. But that is a perfect trading pattern. And I do believe it's going to pop from this point up. If the Roth Capital report comes out, states what we think is going to happen, maybe that'll be your catalyst to begin to the stars right there. But the pattern is perfect. The slow march up, William, is the perfect pattern. It makes everyone on this phone, including myself, more comfortable. Okay. When you get a stock that spikes up, spikes down, and it's all over the place, it's very difficult to deal with because it's too crazy. People get nervous. How do you get nervous with a stock that goes up 3 cents, pulls back 1 cent, goes up 3 cents, pulls back 2 cents, pulls up 2 cents? It's slowly walking higher. You get comfortable with that pattern. These other patterns you do not get comfortable with. So they've helped create a perfect pattern for investors to buy. And we told you before, the floor on the stock is what price? $1.50, right?
Mhm.
Why is it $1.50? Because someone put $5 million in at $1.50. All right, we traded 300,000 shares today, William, right? 300 times $1.40 is what, $400,000? Someone put $5 million at $1.50. So all the buying and trading today, still someone's put way more money in at a higher level. I told you my friend paid 10, right? And they're still here. They've averaged down, but they're still here. And they know they know the technology, they know with the growth, they know it's just a matter of when. They know that this kid's going to be like a Carvana. And I have to say, because that's how I feel. Carvana, they smashed it down. Again, I told you it was the greatest experience I had selling a car. Think about everybody on this call. How many times, if you're old enough, you wanted to sell a car, you took it to some guy, you wanted to trade it in. Oh, you got a little dent, you got a little, let me see, the engine's dirty, this, that, and they knock it down. Here, they look at it, they give you a price, and they picked it up. When I sold my Lexus that I paid, I had a whatever the model is, 300 something LS, whatever it was, a 4-door regular car. I paid $20,000 for it with 15,000 miles. I sold it. It was a 2014 with 100,000 miles back to them, and I basically got all my money back out of it. I got 16,000 back. As they agreed to take it from me for 16, I was in the driveway with the power washer scrubbing the engine, the tires. I had made it shine. The guy pulled up, he didn't even look at it. They basically, they cut the deal, and I guess their team of people would clean it up, but they just came and took it. It was the greatest experience. And yet their stock was slaughtered, almost out of business, down to $3. It turned, and it's a $250 stock. I mean, that's what I expect. When the short sold, that's what happens. I know it's not the sexiest thing that no one really detailed how big the short was. Again, I don't follow all the names, but I'm just showing you how a company, it went down to $3 in December. It was January 23. 3. It's 250. And what do? They buy and sell used cars. You can sit there and say, well, it's a good business if you can catch your eye. Yeah, if I can buy a car for $16,000 and flip it for $20 all day long, it'd be great. But how many cars do they get that they don't make money in, or just make or break even, or whatever they do? So again, it's a tough business, or else everybody would be doing it. Everybody's in it. But again, Carvana was in it, and they treated them, criminals. But again, it turned out that they wound up winning big. And that's what I see. You just gotta, it's tough to sit through it. I got it. We all want to cash out and move on. But the opportunity to find a company that can have the same potential or a short squeeze like Carvana, you got to go find it. And I just happened to bump into Finger Motion, and that's where I am. Anything else, William?
Will Trump help MMTLP?
All Trump has to say is that if you sell stock, stock and you don't deliver it, you're going to jail. That's all he has to say. He says that, it's over with.
Why aren't
37-year crime goes away in 1 minute.
Why aren't the shorts covering in Finger?
Because the shorts are sitting here waiting to see what the government's saying. Obviously, the short sellers have big law firms that have ties to the SEC. So if I work for Lynn Partners and their buddies, I'm paying my lawyer a lot of money because he has friends at the SEC. And the guy at the SEC is telling him, I don't hear anything yet. And they're saying, okay, that's what but they're hearing that something's coming, but we don't know when. And they say, okay. So Lynn will pay their lawyer $100,000 to keep digging using his friends that worked at the SEC to tell him what's going on. That's how it works. It's nice to have money you can just toss out the window. They know when there's going to be action or when they're going to be forced to do something. Maybe the attack on DJT is because they know it's coming and they need to flush people out of it. You ever think of that one? I do. I think that they do. I think something's coming down. They know it, and that's what they're trying to do. Because that's what I would do. If you were the short seller and you say, okay, God, next week they're going to fucking change the rules. I sell it down, sell 3 million shares at the market, kill it down. We'll make some people who are on margin sell. We'll make some people bail out, all this stuff. And then they'll push it down, and then we'll try to buy it back. We sell 3 million, we buy back 4, we're a winner. And now we got the stock lower. That's what they're trying to do. All the options they sold, they push them down, they get crushed. And that's why I'm a firm believer when you play these names. You buy the dip, sell the rip, trade it. If the options, let me just look at it a second, William. I mean, the 30 calls for this week are $1. The 35s, they got the 31 and a half to 48 cents. So if you can buy the stock, any stock, and make 40 cents, you can buy those calls and look at it again. That's the 31 and a half. The stock was just 40. And you can see all the volume on the put side today. They're buying the 30 puts, over 5,400 of them traded. So the call side has dried up, and the put side has got a lot of activity on it. But as they get cheaper here, I like to buy them when no one wants them. The stock is William Ugly, as we say. And that's the time you would buy DJT. And you could buy calls for 40 cents. Just if you buy a call, the 32s and the 31 and a half at 50 cents, and the stock goes to 20, the most you're going to lose is 50 cents. That's where I would love to play. Because if the stock turns, as soon as it turns, your 50-cent options will be $1. You sell half of them, and you get half for free. So if you bought 50 of them, William, at 50 cents is 2,500. As the stock jumps back up, which it will, when it gets going again, you could sell, let's say 25 at 75 cents. That means you own 25 calls for 25 cents or $625. And you have a bet to own 2,500 shares at 31.50. So finger motion was 39.40 on a total of 3,000, 4,000 shares. They got it now 35 to 37. So they wash a bunch of trades. Anybody who's bidding, they hit the bid. And now we're sitting here and they're like, okay, the stock's selling off, which it's not. And that's the trading. We're sitting here wasting our time, our lives, because someone has allowed these criminals to do this all day long to us. And we all figured it out because we're pretty smart people on this side. Everybody knows what's going on. And I can't stop it. I've heard friends, family, trust me, I got people yell at me all the time. But I'm not a police officer. I can't stop it. We've done everything to report it. And I think we're going to win. I really do. But how do we get the most powerful man on the world the head of the FBI, the head of the DOJ, and Devin Nunes, and they don't say anything. I think when Trump sees this statement on his own public company, he's going to say, wait a second, how did I lose $1 billion in a week here? Oh, for short selling. Do you think I should say something? Don't worry about it. All right, they just crossed 2,000 more FNGR at 135. The bid's 114, 2,000 trades, and it's still 135 bid, so it's a wash trade. How do I stop them from doing trades back and forth? You can't. At the end of the day, the company going to profitability has the funds. Their attempt did not work. KNW is in a clear, you can clearly see what they wanted to do, and now it's at 10 cents. So is this the bottom? I have no idea. But once it breaks 10, you can see the company will be in a panic. Their shareholders will call them up and say, hey, you put me into this thing at 50, 60 cents, you raised money, what's going on? And they're going to sit there and say, well, the only thing we could do is do a reverse. And they'll say how great it's going to be. We'll reverse the stock. We'll get it back over to $2. And you're going to sit there, wait a second, I lose, 70% of my holdings, right? And now what do you do? And William knows about that because he actually owned the stock and they took it away from him. And, he had, 150,000 shares, William? How many do you have now?
No,
I forgot which one it was.
The biotech stock. I have one.
One. And you had how many?
I was 150,000.
That's what happens to investors. And people, I'm not looking to scare people that own the stock. I'm just telling you what happens. SYTA was a Lynn deal. They did the same thing through the car wash. The 52-week range on SYTA is $4.50 is the low. $885 is the high. So after the reverse, it's right back to the year low at $4.93. It's 30 cents above, 40 cents above the year low, and that's the reverse already. So they just repeat and rinse and just start over again. And all the investors now own 1,000 shares, now own 20 shares. And all the new shareholders thinking that, we caught the bottom, we're going to catch it. They repeat, they start again. And that's what you're saying. That's what they wanted to do to Finger, and it hasn't worked. Finger has done exactly what Carvana has done and survived. And when you survive, that's when it changes. They did the same thing in Peloton. Right? Peloton, they tried to kill it. Everybody was killing it. What they do, they squeezed it, went to $300, whatever, $250. After the short squeeze, it comes back down. That's the game. They did it to Beyond Meat. They shorted it down, squeezed to what? $300? Now it's $4. It had its day in the sun. Will it squeeze again? Probably, but I don't know when. I don't really follow it. You can keep going down the line. Show them that when they work, what happens. And that's the fear in Finger Motion. But the best part of Finger Motion, the best part of it, number one thing, hold on. The number one thing is that everyone in the stock is educated. Not just the people here, everyone. Everyone understands it. And because of the education, that's what makes it 100 times more. That's what makes it more dangerous. Because when it goes, let's say it runs to 2 today, some people will flip it that paid $1.35, 40, trying to make 50 cents. I got it. But for the most part, 99% of the people can say, screw this. I've been here a while. I understand what's going on. I'm waiting for the report. I'm waiting for the dividend. I'm waiting for Trump. I'm waiting for whatever. Something will make it happen. And that's when it takes off. And that's, if you go back to GameStop when it was 3 3/4 and I was in it, I bought a ton of stock for everybody. When it went to 8, some of my friends were saying, screw this, I'm out. I bought 100,000 shares. I'm up $500,000. I put up 300,000 and I made 500. Do you know how traders were kissing the ground, thanking me for putting them in it? Right? They were offering me Ranger tickets, this, you name it. I was getting offered everything. And I was sitting there saying, it didn't even begin yet. They go, thank you, no, I'm out. Thank you, I'm happy. Then my next group of friends were selling it at 11, 12, 15. And I was sitting there, stay. The highest we sold it is when I jumped out, is like we sold it at 118, I think it was. And after we sold it, then it really took off. And that's why I'm trying to tell people, I learned from experience, hey, I believed it. I stayed a long time in it. But then I chickened out at a certain price. And if I held on, I would have made 5 times more the money than I did. So now I try to tell you from experience that when a stock goes like that, sell a little all the time. If I would have sold 2,000 at 20, 2,000 at 60, 2,000 at 100, all right? And then, at 120, sell 2,000. I could be able to sell and hold on to 50, 60,000 shares up to 500 and just keep selling 200, 2,000 every 30 points. I would have made 10 times more money. It was just ridiculous. But like anybody else, you're at a crap table and you see those dice throwing and you got all your money on the table knowing a 7 can come at any time and you'll lose. That's why I keep trying to tell you, you got to start taking money off the table slowly and you start taking it off. And that's how you learn how to trade and learn how to stay in a stock longer, especially when you understand everything that's going on. If you don't understand what's going on, I understand that you're running out. I got it. Like MLSS, I know what the story is. It's a growth story. These guys have great technology. Everyone in the world who's having children has to get an epidural for the pain, or the women, I don't know what else they use it for, but people do get epidurals, and it's important that it's in a precise spot. That I know. All right, is it going to go to 2030? You know what, probably, but it could take 2 or 3 years. So I'm not here for 2 or 3 years. I was kind of hoping when the news came out, the stock would run to 3 or 4. I'll see you later and let everybody take it from there. But it didn't do it, and it's a slow moving. So I decided that I believe that finger motion is moving. The information is coming out faster and faster. So that's where I tried to, put funds to. That's all. Anything else, William?
No,
That's it?
that's it.
All right, I gave it the best I can do. Again, I have no idea why Donald Trump is not saying anything. I hate putting that stupid photo that he's turned his back on everybody. Listen, I'm a big supporter of what he's trying to do to the country, trying to, clear out all the people that don't belong here. I got it. But I hate to piss on him over this. I don't want to be, what he's doing is going to save everyone's family and their kids down the road and make the country better. I got it. My greedy little fingers want him to say something about naked short selling. Then I'll cheer him on all day long. But until that comes, just like everybody else, how does everyone turn their back? I have no mercy. I'll be the first guy to throw you under the bus. We know the crimes here. Everyone knows the crimes here. If you are in a position of power, if there's someone on the phone from the FBI, Secret Service, I've tried everyone. Why is everyone not going after these guys? Listen, everyone, just go back and look. If I knew that you could do this and be a criminal and not go to jail for it, why wouldn't I be like Hal Mintz? He lives in my ideal place to live in the world. I was there once, and I said, wow, this is island off of Miami. This guy paid $10 million for it. He bragged about it in the newspaper. Then he got busted for naked short selling. How does anyone not think that he got the money from doing that? That's how much money they stole. How much more money they've stolen, I don't know, because he has to support that lifestyle. You can't pay $10 million and not have $1 to back up the fees and everything else you're doing there. So this guy stole at least $50 million probably. And he paid 10 million to live on Fisher Island. And no one's arrested him yet. He got caught naked short selling, and he did deals exactly. I put the thing up. These guys did deals with Lynn Partners. Even the Anson Fund was in on those deals. These guys all worked together. They all robbed everything together. And it's right there. They were in RWLK, that helps people who had handicaps learning how to walk again, the robotics. Some other companies, I can't remember all of them. That's what they did. And these guys were living high on the hog. He got busted. He had to pay a $2 million fine. His fat face was all over Twitter. And he sits there and says, fuck you, I'm sitting by the ocean today. That's what he's telling all of us. Crime pays, you idiots. That's what he's saying. And I keep trying to say is to the government or everybody else I speak to, listen, let me steal if I'm not going to jail. What do I care? But you know what? I'm not a scumbag. I'm not going to do it, because when you destroy these companies, the CEO has to fire people. Their technology gets shut down. Imagine if you're working on like a cure for something and you got to shut it down, and you're 1 inch away. You don't know. You're 1 inch away from the finish line. And all the poor people that have that disease will die because there's nothing to save them. I think Celine Dion had a disease that she can't cure. I forget, some actor. And, just think about it. How awful would it be that you got to sit here and die worth all kinds of money and there's no cure for you? I don't know what it is, but maybe there was a small company working on that to save her and they ran out of money. I see all the time, William, actors or a celebrity or sports, they died of brain cancer. I see it all the time. Wouldn't it be nice if they stood up and said something for Northwest Bio, who works on brain cancer? Hey guys, you got brain cancer? Can you come out here and at least try to say something positive so we can actually get you something that can cure for you? But no one ever does. And the people in Northwest Bio are pretty adamant that this thing is going to work. So, if it's going to work, why won't we get some people out there to speak up for it? Bring the attention to it. But you know what? I don't know what that company's doing. So, anything else, William?
Just, would you buy calls on
Yes.
Finger?
No. Oh, yeah, no, listen, finger motion calls. Hold on a second. The stock is an option that doesn't expire. That's number one. But number two, if you wanted to buy calls, the calls are a nickel. The $3 calls are a nickel. If you're going to play, you buy those. And you buy February's, because if it's not going to happen, the Marches will be a nickel soon also, right? So you want to use the least amount of money as possible. But since the stock is an option that doesn't expire, I'd rather see you do that. If let's say you pay $140 for the stock and you buy 10,000 shares, stock goes to $160, you can sell it, make $2,000. You can go buy the $4 calls with $2,000, right? At a nickel, right? What's $5 into 2,000, right? That's what you buy. You buy $5 calls, $2,000, use all your profit, and you be long, but 100 is 500, you be long 400 calls. And a nickel, that's 40,000 shares. If the stock ever goes past 3, you're long 40,000 shares at 305. How would you like to have a stock open up at 10 and you're long at 305? Let's say you bought 10,000 shares, excuse me, at $1.50. The stock goes to 10, you're going to make $8.50, right? $85,000. Imagine if you had 400 calls at $3. 10 minus 3 is 7 times 4 is 200 what? 210,000? That's why the SEC is always watching the options, because that's where the real money's made, in stock options, when you got the inside scoop and you catch the timing properly. Anything else, William? I just hit up that other stock I followed at GBUX.
Yeah.
It's down 12 cents today, 141, 142. I told you we were hearing big things in that one, so I don't know the day, when, we've been hearing huge deals. So again, that's coming out of Goldman Sachs. I don't have contacted the people there, and they told me that this thing's going to have a big move this year. So that's what I know. I think I had my kids buy some stock the other day at $1.50, maybe $1.55, whatever. That's it. I buy them when no one wants them, when they're doing nothing. I'm not in the day trading business anymore. If you're in the day trading business today, everyone's sitting here trying to buy Nvidia on the down, on when it gets crushed here, trying to catch it for the bounce back up. I don't know what Tesla's doing today. That's the same type of thing, down 10. They got Apple. Apple is up 9. IBM down 2. What's Mr. Softy doing? Down 11. Microsoft's down 11. I don't know if it's tied to that AI thing. Hey, pay attention to that AI thing. I think that's going to be a real positive thing for Finger Motion down the road. I heard a long time ago that they wanted to get into AI, and if the Chinese government lets them get in, you're talking about being a monster in China. That could be the next area of growth. All right, William?
Yes, sir.
I told you about me nailing the guy in pickleball today, right? I told you that story?
You did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just let everybody know I was playing, and I hit the ball really hard, and I hit both guys on the other team a bunch of times, and they tried to take it out with the guy I was playing with, and that guy got so mad, and they're looking at me. I said, "Hey, you can hit it at me anytime. I don't care." And this guy that wasn't good enough to handle the rockets coming at him, but the kid tried to take his head off. So I said, "Hey, take it easy," and I left. I left him in a brawl, William.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's a nice guy. I am. Anybody else before we go?
Trump was supposed to make the stock market boom.
Trump was supposed to. I agree. Listen, all you have to do is Google Devin Nunes Truth Social naked short selling. If you look at that, Devin is talking to Trump about what they're doing. They filed letters with the NASDAQ accusing the short sellers of playing dirty. It's all right there. Trump becomes the president. How did he not say anything yet? It doesn't make any sense. They're not in the business to watch their stock go down 30-something%. So when is he going to say it? I do believe that he will say it at the right time. I don't know why he's waiting on it. Got me. I wish I could tell you. Yeah, I just don't understand it. Any other ideas you want me to run past me or relate to? Again, I talked
What's
about
going
Carvana.
on with Finger now?
I'm falling asleep watching it. It's 136 to 138, 500 by one share, 100 shares. It's 313,000. The last time I talked about the little manipulation down was 310. So in the last few minutes, it's traded 3,000 shares. There's no offers, but trades seem to happen. And again, the only sellers in this name are people trying to hold it down. Other than that, stock is not doing anything to the downside. I told you the downside in this stock is up. $1.50 is the floor. When it gets to $1.50, let's discuss where it's going then. All right? But right now where it is now, the floor is higher. The stock shouldn't be here. The stock should be above it. Told you this guy put $5 million at $1.50. We know he's not selling it down here. He just purchased it. You think he wants to take a 10% haircut or loss because he wanted to do Roth Capital a favor. Hey, Roth, I put up $5 million. I'm going to lose 10%. You lose $500,000. Oh, no problem. Thank you. They don't do that. If they want to get out, when the stock goes past $1.50, they'll sell it. But they're not going to sell it down to $1, $1.10 like they were doing. Those are the criminals. We're waiting for the short interest to come out. If anyone has the new short interest, let's see if it's out yet. I go to shortsqueeze.com. That's where I get it from. And it's not out yet. It's still not updated yet. It's 1,320,000. The naked short is 241 million. So it's important to see what the real short is doing. Let's see what those rats are doing. Because you know they're tied together. And just look at it this way, everybody. You're short 1,320,000 shares. You're short at $2.20. That's where they were. The stock's $1.40. What are you waiting for to make? You think it's going to zero when someone just paid and bought $5 billion worth of paper at $1.50? You think it's going to zero? No. These guys are sitting here. They don't know what to do. The only way out of it is they're going to have to wash their short sale, the real short, and the naked short's going to have to cover them because they can't get out. If they go to try buy 1.3 million today, the stock will be $7, $8. They know it. We all know it. The stock today is traded 300,000 shares. Barely, it's traded 200. And I guess that out of that, 100 of it was fake. And some of it was naked shorted. How are you going to buy 1.3 million? When they're buying 1.3 million, remember, the selling will be gone. And that's what happened to Root, R-O-O-T. And I guess the same thing happened in Carvana. I didn't see it go up. But once the shorts stop selling, the stocks just melt up really fast. Like it'll be up $3, $4, like on 180,000 shares. And that's when you know these guys are gone. Now, in finger motion, it could have that melt up. But once it melts up, the real short and the naked short, it's going to be like busting, it's like yelling fire in the theater. They'll be running as fast as they can to buy whatever they can. Because that means that the prime broker has taken over the position and these guys have to, they'll be in a panic. That's what happens. All right. Anything else? I'm trying, my friends. I'm asking, I'm here.
Are you going to put a truck in front of the SEC?
Yes. I just don't know who the hell to address. I don't know what to do. One's doing anything. We're sitting here waiting for them.
Do you think buyers will come in at the end of the day? It is.
What does it look like to me?
Yeah.
If you wanted to buy the stock, this is the time to buy it because it's sitting here telling you to buy it. It's telling me to buy it. This is the perfect trading pattern. I just described it to you. Don't look at it and say, "Oh, the stock was $1.20 the other day." That's not how you could trade Apple at 200. You could trade Apple at 300. Don't go by those numbers. It's the trading pattern. That's what's the most important thing. And the trading pattern is right in front of you, telling you it's showtime. That's what it tells me. The pattern that I see right now is telling me this stock is a buy. And it's not good buy, it's a buy. And you say, why is it doing that? Because it's down and the slow march up makes you feel comfortable. Makes me feel comfortable. They need to make wild swings. Do you see any wild swings today, William? No. They need to have wild swings or they die. No wilds. Now, how are you going to get wild swings here? They don't want to sell it lower because they have to sell more shares and get no money for it, right?
Right.
So that's when they stop. When you start seeing that and they're not selling it, they're really to me, they're in a panic. That's what I say. They know at any given time they can get blown up, get arrested, just like the other guys, they go to jail 20 years. That's what's going to happen. They know the paper trail leads back to them. There's always a paper trail. And before you get blown up with the paper trail, after you get blown up, the police are coming to get you. Goldman Sachs is not going to take a hit for you, or Jefferies, and say, "Oh my God, these guys just lost us, $10 billion." Nah, don't worry about it. They're good for it. They're good guys. Jefferies is going to have to address their board of directors why that they're the prime broker. They're going to have to address their clients and say, "Hey, why did you lose $3 billion, $4 billion lending these guys money?" "Well, they've always been good for it." "Well, you wanted to play with fire, and now you got burnt. Now Jefferies stock gets cut in half." That's what's at stake for these characters. But you know what? That's how they make their money. Because they don't make their money doing anything else. Like that company Virtue, they keep pushing it up. This company, if they force stock settlement, it's worth pennies. They don't have any business. Their business is naked shorting. That's it. Anything else, William?
Why does Ham repeat the volume doesn't justify the covering? But then he says the shorts have covered.
No, I didn't say the shorts cover. Where they cover? Where? Mars? Where they cover? I said for the gentleman or woman that's asking that question that if you're the real short of 1,320,000 shares, that's a real short. That means they borrowed shares. For them to cover, they need someone to sell it to them. And the only person that's going to sell them 1,320,000 shares is a naked short. So the naked short, let's say, is Lynn Partners, is Jeff Easton. And the real short is Jeff Easton's mom. His mom calls up and says, "Hey, Jeffrey, I want to cover." And he's going to sit there, "I'll sell it to you. Relax." And she's saying, "I want to get out." And he says, "Okay, I'll sell you to 1.3 million. So each day they sell them a little bit. It was 1.6 million. It's down to 1.3 million. So that pattern has been going on. And the funny thing is that they bought 300,000 around 210. Because that, if you just look at the time of the lowering of the volume on the real short was 1.6 to 1.3, it happened when the stock was 210. So they didn't even have an idea that the company was doing a secondary. Now the secondary is here. Did they cover the 1.3 million? I don't know until we see it. And you could sit there and say, well, how did they cover? They don't cover. Someone is selling them the stock in a pre-arranged trade. I'm the naked short. I sell it to the real short, and the real short then is flat. That's how they're going to do it. But the real short, we need to see the data so that we can decide on what they've been doing. But I haven't seen it yet. So I don't understand that question, what you were saying. So, but anyway, that's what I thought you meant.
Would you buy DJT?
Yes. I can't believe they keep holding it down. I told you could buy it. If you pay $29.50 for it right now, or $29.44, if it gets to 30 and a quarter, you buy it, throw it out there 30 and a quarter, sell it, then take the profit, and you can buy the 32, 33, 34 calls and forget about it. This way you don't have to stay long the stock. You can take your money off the table and go buy options. Now the options may expire, but imagine if you did this at 35 and the stock's 30, you bought 1,000 shares, you'd be down 5,000. If you did it the other way, you'd be down $1,000, right? Because that was your profit in a trade. You'd be down $1,000 versus 5,000. And you can start over and do it again.
If they ban naked short selling, what happens to the past transactions?
They tried that one already. They tried to grandfather it before. And when they said those words, we tortured them. We ran them over. They're not going to grandfather. You can't grandfather security fraud. It's like, okay, everybody, William, if you murdered anybody before January 1, 2025, you're free and clear. That's exactly, if you want to look at it. They tried that in 2008. We busted them on that one. And you can ask Pat Byrne about that. They tried to grandfather it, but we stopped it. They tried to slip that past us.
Is the stock market going to be affected by inflation, food prices, shortage
Yeah,
of
listen, I think you can.
farm
I think the
workers?
stock market's going to be the stock market is a tough thing to short because, as you can see, they do a rotation. And if you listen to these calls, we talked about that. They rotate. NVIDIA was the darling of Wall Street. NVIDIA's down $23. What do? They take up something else to balance it out. Apple's up. I'm sure there's other Dow components that are up. I'm not looking at a screen. And there's other Dow components that will be up because you would think the market would be down $300 here, $500, right? Microsoft is down. What's holding it up? I don't know. Is Costco up today? Is Netflix back up today? I don't know. There's different things that they will balance it out. So shorting the market is a tough thing because they have this rotation. They slaughter some of the leaders, and then they take up some of the bottom stocks, and they keep balancing the Dow so the Dow doesn't sell off. So it's a tough thing to short the market in general. But what they do, if you do have stocks that you got big profits in, and Costco or Netflix or any of those things, you know what? I would always suggest that you tiptoe to the sideline in those things because why would you keep letting it go? I was saying get out of NVIDIA around 130. It went to 146. How do I know? Because people cursed me out about it. I got out too early. All right. But I always said that, hey, when it's time, when they give up on this name, everybody was running through the door to buy it. They're all going to run through the same door to get out. That's how it happens on Wall Street. The way they go in is the way they come out. And it gets ugly when they all start running out the door at the same time. And that's what you see. Now, I don't know anything about NVIDIA's, their AI. I know nothing about their chip, whatever the hell they're doing. So again, I just stay away from it. I'm just a numbers guy. And I know playing NVIDIA for a bounce back is what everybody wants to do. And that's why it's holding up. But at the end of the day, all those people that bought it for the bounce, guess what they do at the end of the day? Screw this. They all dump it. And that'll drop it down again. So you got to be careful. It goes either way. You just got to be careful. It's not worth it to play. Because you got to be careful. That's why I like to buy things that aren't moving. I'm in the game. At my age, I want to be safe. Don't get me wrong. Not everything's safe. We all know that. You can lose money in safe. But you don't get destroyed. I don't want to get destroyed. I don't want to buy 50,000 DJT at 35. I told you before, finger motion was 20. I'd be very nervous because there's a lot of wiggle room. There's no wiggle room down here. These guys have boxed themselves in. They pushed the stock down. The company's got the money and the company's got the fundamentals. Where are you going with it? All right, we all sit there and say, the company's going to raise money. Well, that's over with. They did it, and it survived it. Now what? What, they're going to sell the stock down because the company raised money? What's the negative? They're going to sell the stock down because Roth Capital is going to do a report on it? They're going to sell the stock down because the company's doing this big emergency vehicle thing in China? If you look at it, everybody on the phone, I don't know what town you live in or where you live, but just go count the fire trucks and the police and see how many emergency vehicles are in your small towns. Then think about 1.7 billion people. You think they have more emergency vehicles than we do? What do we got, 300 million people here, William? I forgot the number. We got 300 million people. Who knows how many emergency vehicles we have? Maine, Rhode Island. Think about Texas, all these big places, LA. Think about all the emergency vehicles have police, this, that, electric, gas, everything. Hazmat, whatever it may be. That's what Finger Motion has the contract for. What, are you going to sell it off because they got a contract? There's no, I don't understand their thinking. The only thing that's keeping these guys alive is that people aren't rushing to buy it yet. Because guess what? A lot of people like to buy momentum. That's what people are looking for. Oh, it's trading 10 million shares today. I'm going to buy it. Finger Motion does not have an algorithm on it. So I don't believe we're going to get that day of that big volume. I think you're going to get a melt up where the stock's going to jump. It's going to be up $2 or $3 on, 200,000 shares. Then it's going to jump 5 on 1 million shares. Then it'll jump 20 like that. It's going to do, that's what I expect to see. And what day is that? I wish I could tell you. But it's set up even better now because the company has the money. It has the fundamentals. It has the research report coming. The CEO told us that already. We know the dividends coming as soon as the audit's done, wherever that comes. I don't know. I mean, with all the audit stuff going on in the government, there's probably not enough order. There's not enough auditors left in the world. Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to audit every part of the government. Forget it. The accountants are like, get your kids in school to be an accountant. There's got to need those people like crazy, I guess. Anything else, William?
No.
Come on, William. There's got to be something. I'm willing to answer anything. I don't care about who's in the Super Bowl.
Does
I
the
don't care
prime
about
broker monitor the shorts?
Yes. The prime brokers have got to be shitting their pants in some of these names. And the reason they're holding them down and not letting it go higher, I always told you, Finger Motion, the news came out the other day, they should let the stock run to $2 or $3. Who cares, right? When it gets there, short the shit out of it, right? These guys don't want it to go up a penny. It's traded at 142. Hurry up. Let's push it down. Because they have margin calls. They get pressure. That's the only reason. I keep telling you that. The only reason these things, they keep making them into a, what was the term you used, William? Holding a balloon underwater? Is that what it was? Is that the term we used? I forgot.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, holding a balloon underwater. Once it wiggles and it pops, that's what this is. Or Pat Burns said, once they take their foot off their mind, they blow up. That's what this is. They try to hold it down. When they can't hold it down, they explode. Carvana is a clear thing that they tried to hold it down, they couldn't, and it exploded. It's $250. It was $3.50. I'm not saying what their business was in December and January of 2023. It's the same business today. They didn't invent a new technology. They did nothing. They buy and sell cars, and it went to $250.
Call from Jodrinan.
Ocean has a 10 times better business than they do. And you can sit there and say, well, they buy and sell millions of dollars worth of cars. Yeah, cars $20,000. It's not like they bought it at a penny and sold it at $20,000. They're paying $20,000 and they're flipping it. Hopefully they make $2,000 on it. That's what they're doing. That's their business. And we all know the car business, because when I sold my car, I was kissing the ground because I thought my car, they would give me $12,000 for it. They gave me $16,000 at 100,000 miles on it. So that they're in a business that's very competitive. And what can they possibly do? They did something new. You buy it, they deliver it. You want to sell it, they take it back from you. They come and get it. That's their business. I don't know about you, but I think that's the car business. That's the same business as everybody's been in. And it went to $268 from $3.50. Go look yourself. It's right there. They didn't get a contract from the government to sell them every used car that they buy with 100,000 miles on it. They're just buying them and selling them like everybody else. When the shorts give up, that's what it looks like. Now, when the shorts give up, depending how big the short is, that's how high it goes. That's $250. Finger Motion, 241 million shares on a small company this size, where everybody knows what's going on, and that's without people buying it. If the shorts had to run out and cover every 241 million shares, and we were the only, and there was, and no one else bought a share, then we're looking at $500. But people running in front of them, 1,000. That's when it goes over 1,000. Because people will front run and buy. That's what they did in GameStop. Hedge funds were front running the buy-in, and it took it to $550. And that's how it works. Anything else? I'm trying
Do
to get it
prime
up and down.
brokers short the stock to help the shorts keep the price down?
No. Nope. The prime broker's in the business of clearing your trades, make sure your trades set, make sure you get the money in, money's out, whatever. That's what they do. They look the other way because you have a market maker exemption, right? When the rules change, then they'll change. That's how it works. If the stock was to run up and break out, and all of a sudden they got to put up another 20. Listen, every dime is costing these guys a fortune. A dime on 241 million shares is what? $24 million on a dime? Because it goes up $1, they're down 240 million. It's pretty easy math. And now you understand why they try to move it down. The stock's up 4 cents. Hurry up, don't let it go up a dime. We're going to put up $24 million. Don't get me wrong, they've stolen this money, but they have to put it back in.
Would you buy NIXX?
My friend who told me the other day said there was a big buy. He says that someone blasted it down and they're going to come back for it. Would they? I don't know.
Wolf is down $2 today.
Listen, they took it up to 5, right?
Nix?
I'd rather buy it as it's moving over 4 than chase it down here because I know nothing about it.
That's Nix, NIXX.
If I knew more about it, I could tell you. I don't know what they do. I know nothing about it. My friend said there was a huge buyer around. They took it up that day to 5. I had people buy it. My friends bought some there, and that's why I told you the stock doesn't act normal. 5, 3. It's like you see the wild swing. That's what they need to do. But Finger Motion is $1.40. They can't create a wild swing anymore. The only wild swing they have is going up, not down. And that's the beauty of Finger Motion right now. The damage has been done. These idiots pushed it down so low that the fundamentals are stronger than where the price of the stock is now. So the only way the stock has to go is back up. That's 100% what I say. Roth Capital's report, I'm sure, is not going to say, hey, we got a target price of $1.60. We paid $1.50 for it. At $1.60, sell it. They're not going to say that. My guess, the Roth Capital report is somewhere, they're going to come out with a target somewhere between $7 and $11, something like that. And as the stock moves up to 6 or 7, they'll say, hey, we're going to raise our target from 7 to 17. When it gets to 15, they'll raise it to 25. And that's how firms do it. I'm sure if you Google, you'll see companies raising their targets on companies. After they initiate their initial target, they'll raise it. That's how they do it.
Wolf is down 2 points today on 80,000 shares.
Again, that stock, I told you the other day, someone asked me about that. I have no idea how it trades or what's going on. I never understood the relationship to Bitcoin. I was buying that thing when it was 60 cents and Bitcoin was 12,000. Bitcoin ran to 36, 37,000, and I was barely selling stock at 2. And I was scratching my head. I couldn't believe it. I said, what makes it work? Bitcoin continued to go, and it was staying at $2 to $3. Bitcoin ran to 100. It went to 6 or 7, and it's totally collapsed since then. And Bitcoin's still 100,000. Not 110. It's 99, whatever it is. I just don't understand the relationship for it. I just don't know. They mine Bitcoins. again, once the stock gets out of the low range and starts going, that's when you get these attacks. And that's what you're seeing. I don't understand why it's selling off. I have no idea. I saw it at 4 something. That's all I know. Anything else, William?
No.
All right, people, I gave it my best shot. I'm just laughing. Finger motions, 136, 137. It went from 313 to 328 now, and no real trades. Who's trading what? What's going on here? These are all make-believe. I'm sure some people have bought some, but for the most part, it's just make-believe. All right?
Okay.
All right, everyone, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think, not knowing anything, what I think's happening with Wolf is they did a financing, and it's true of all these stocks. Even if the story's good, as long as that financing is in place, they can sell stock at massive volumes. So the next time the company needs money, they raise it at a low price, and it has very little on a per share basis. These guys are destroyers. Ann Wagner does not believe that you need to track trades because she says in her geniusness that that would be a violation of your privacy, and she's on your side, Ann Wagner. On the idea of a research report on Finger, I think it's much more likely to come out either industry neutral or in line. I don't know how Roth Capital categorizes their recommendations, but I think they're going to put it out as in line. I don't think it's going to be that exciting. And I think their target will be 150 to 175, maybe $2. That's what I think. Am I still positive on Railtown? Why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I be? I don't think people, let me show you this quickly. This is the finger motion chart. This is finger motion. That says it all right there. It's broken out. Probably stall here. This might be a target, but odds are I don't know. I'd say this is your target range. $2, that range, whatever that is, 190 to 210, something like that. That's your real target in finger. Why would an announcement of a $6 million success in China affect Railtown? Okay, so this is Railtown's website. Building world-class AI-powered developers tool. What does DeepSync have to do with this? Railtown Technology Suite of AI solutions helps developers build software better, faster, and more efficiently. DeepSync is better, faster, and more efficient. Is that it? Maybe. And this lowers costs and accelerates development. Oh, DeepSync does that. All right. Okay. So that means Railtown's a bad investment. Here's Railtown's partners: MILA, AMII, Microsoft, 3 times, NVIDIA, UBC, AMD, AI partnerships. They're the first end-to-end developer productivity engineering platform, whatever that means. With the power of Conductor, you keep your developers, whatever that means, happy and productive. The plugin pushes the root cause analysis right where the developer is working alongside the code within the developer environment. So basically, I guess because it's cloud-based, the data can be wherever your guys are, your guys and girls. Conductor will help the rest of the team stay all the way to the right. I don't know what that means, right or left. I don't know. They have long tracks. They build RAGs, and they do something in the consulting market. They have multiple client targets and growing global markets. The global developer tools market, 2021, $4 billion. 10 years later, estimated to be $17 billion. Global AI as a service market, $7 billion in 23. 7 years later, $132 billion. I guess DeepSync is going to take all of this, and there's no room for Railtown. That's not how I see this. I see this as a buying opportunity. Growing capital markets, commercialized IP, proven tech founders. They've done 6 tech startups. They've had 4 exits. Here's the team. Brandolini. Meet the team. Same as the old boss. Marwan Haddad. 25 years software development experience. He launched platforms for Microsoft and Starbucks. Corey Brandolini, 30 years. Former partner of Telio, acquired by Microsoft. Dr. Elliot Holtman, some company that was acquired by Patriot One. And he's prestigious. Kevin O'Neill, 35 years. He's an overpaid wanker from Merrill Lynch. Former CEO of Extract AI, which was acquired by Patriot One. 35 years of experience. Leadership, Andy Moak, expert and committed. Matthew Bolton, developing applications for 20 years. 10 years, scalable apps, Microsoft Azure clouds. Yemi Buiza, 19 years tech development. Senior advisor at Dell, and etc. Chris Gerard, front-end engineer and a senior front-end developer. Well, we know he's straight. Rebecca Kurzweil, investor relations. We got a woman. Yay, good for Adina Friedman. She's got 10 years experience. And she leverages a network. Paul Woodward, CFO. Hayward Securities is great. Advisors and directors, Dr. Eldad Haber, co-foundered Extract, was bought out. Ali Sanawi, he's raised a lot of money for companies. Rob Gehring, director, serial entrepreneur. Ana Maria Parente, she's the VP of Human Resources. Well, she's a director here. So their human resources are doing great at Railtown. Railtown joins partnership with Corporate Affiliate Network. Pleased to announce AI Partnerships Corporation is a global network of AIA, SaaS affiliate companies fostering collaboration between innovative AI companies and enterprises who seek cutting-edge artificial intelligence solutions. By joining this network, Railtown gains access to a global ecosystem of over 165 affiliate companies, enterprises, technology leaders, partners seeking and delivering AI-driven solutions to end-user clients. It will expose Railtown to adaptive customer base seeking these kind of products. We are thrilled to join the AIP affiliate network and be part of a collaborative ecosystem driving AI adoption worldwide, said Corey Brandolini. This invitation reflects Railtown's growing leadership in leveraging AI to address real-world challenges in software development. We are frightened out of our pants by a new startup that spent $6 million in China and just crashed called DeepSync. So therefore, any of this good news we're reporting, you should start to doubt. He didn't say that. Through this partnership, we look forward to expanding our reach and helping more companies accelerate their development process. Tom Core says he's excited to join Railtown. Tom Core's affiliate network of 165 worldwide artificial intelligence SaaS companies provide AI development tools and application solutions used by over 5,000 clients. And the Railtown platform will assist our clients in the development of their AI-based applications and solutions. I don't know. I think DeepSync is a problem. I think it's the problem here. You better get out. Railtown to present at Artificial Intelligence in British Columbia night. They presented at the 38th conference. It's the world's premier gathering for researchers, practitioners, thought leaders in artificial intelligence and machine learning. As a company at the forefront of AI-driven innovation, Railtown will showcase its industry-leading platform, which empowers software developers to optimize and accelerate their workflows. There's this company out of China. It just is the best thing this one big rich guy has ever seen. And does this interrupt Railtown's business model? Railtown's mission to redefine how engineering teams harness the power of AI. uses Railtown's AI developer productivity platform, which enables developers to focus on writing code, faster root analysis, quicker debugging, more efficient code reviews, with intelligent insights and automation that drive operational excellence and best practice. Oh my gosh, China just announced a company that is light years ahead in AI for $6 million of their closest competition, and they just crashed. You better get out of Railtown. They closed this private placement, which probably actually held it back a little bit. December 9th, Railtown accepted in the AMD partner network in order to accelerate AI-driven innovation. But my gosh, aren't they aware that China just came up with DeepSeek for $6 million? This is a threat to AMD. You got to get out of Railtown. Railtown is thrilled to announce its acceptance into AMD's new independent software vendor partner program. This partnership marks a significant milestone, enabling Railtown to leverage AMD's hardware and software technologies. This partnership allows Railtown to join AMD's robust ecosystem of technology providers. But haven't they heard of DeepSeek? It just came out. AMD's robust ecosystem of technology partners is threatened by China, enabling both companies to collaborate to deliver transformative AI solutions. By leveraging AMD's advanced computing capabilities, including high-performance processors and GPUs, Railtown aims to optimize its platform, providing developers with faster, smarter, more efficient tools to enhance software quality and reduce development cycles. But oh my gosh, this was before China came up with DeepSeek. Marwan Haddad is excited. He says joining AMD's ISV partner program is an incredible opportunity for Railtown. AMD's advanced hardware and AI solutions are perfect as a match for the high performance demands of AI applications. Their commitment to innovation aligns with our mission to deliver top-tier artificial intelligence solutions. We look forward to harnessing AMD's powerful technologies in order to push the boundaries of what's possible in AI development. They have a European marketing agreement. Railtown AI achieves SOC 2 Type 2 compliance, which is a big deal. We are thrilled to receive this certification, which safeguards our clients' data with the highest level of security and compliance. Our team has worked diligently. With SOC 2 Type 2 certification, Railtown enhances its position as a trusted partner to its clients by ensuring that all operational controls are designed to maintain data integrity and security at all times. The company is committed to improvements and compliance protocols. This certification builds trust with customers. It reduces resistance to sales, provides access to larger markets, and enhances Railtown's brand. But my gosh, they haven't heard about this new Chinese company. I mean, this company for $6 million, it's light years ahead of NVIDIA and everyone. And therefore, it must mean that Railtown is in trouble. I better get out of Railtown. Number of shares, 130 million. A ton of it belongs to the founders. Fully diluted, 145 million. This is Rail on the Canadian. Here's the presentation coming soon. So there used to be one here. So they must have a new one coming out. Research Capital has a report, but we can't open it. Canaccord Genuity has a report, it looks like, but we can't open it. EF Slutton is one of their advisors. McKimmon Company. Here's their partners. AI Partnerships, AMD partner, Mealy, Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute, Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, Quisitive Technology Solutions. They also have, as a separate category, Microsoft. Microsoft co-sell ready status, Microsoft Partner Network. I think you should panic out. I think you should panic out of Railtown because of just emotions, just emotions. That's a good point. On the other hand, that deep doo-doo is open, which is apparently good. It's like that software that's open. I forget the name of it. But Railtowns isn't open. It's not open. Finger is in the time of, well, you're talking opinion. I think Finger just broke out of a downward trend line, and I think it's headed roughly to $2, but I think it's going to have a hard time getting past $1.50, give or take 5 cents, because a lot of people that came in on the offering, brokers who came in, they can probably keep the commission and sell the stock, and once it gets to 150, 155, and keep the warrants. So I think there's going to be a stall at $1.50, $1.55. I don't see it necessarily breaking through 210 or 220 in a sudden move, unless there's a surprise. So yeah, I think it's probably accumulation. It's had a nice run. It can always break down, but I would count on a Roth report at least giving support to the offering price, and we'll go from there. If the stock were to get, let's say, to $1.75 on a new purchase, I don't know about your old purchases, I would consider selling the short-term $2 calls. And you would say, well, there's no premium. Well, then you might get 10 cents, and that'll most likely expire worthless. That would be my theory. But if it didn't, you get out at 210 and you buy it back. I just don't see it breaking out. And I think you could do that for 2 or 3 months before it breaks out. But that's just that would be my working theory. And then you trade around that if I'm right. How high are other research? Maybe one or two might join in, but I don't, they didn't get the deal. They're not the investment bank. So I'm not so sure there'll be a lot of additional reports. There is no institutional market for stocks under $5, under $10, under $7. That's got to come back. Rail is 27 cents. I mean, I wish I had money to buy it, but for those of you who haven't bought it, maybe that's a good chance to get in. Fingers $1.37. I would, I don't think GDC, I don't think the news was bad, but they took it to sell it off. You guys think news matters. News is just cover. It's like ringing a bell for all the guys out of Burroughs Park that are better than I am, better than you are. Anything they do is good. They just start selling shares that don't exist. It looks like everything else is down. Mark Andreessen, Rose, BlackRock's Larry Fink. Is Chinese software eating the world? NVIDIA's earnings have gone from $4 billion 2 years ago to $63 billion. Half the total earnings made by stocks in each of the UK, Germany, and France over the last 12 months. France. Anyone active on X over the weekend saw the chatter around Chinese AI startup DeepSeek. Its meteoric rise to the top of the Apple Apps download charts has been impressive. The company released its R1 model last Monday and explained how to build a sophisticated LLM on a fraction of the cost of some of its more powerful competitors, mostly run by the US tech giants. DeepSeek's development has been in an era where China has been restricted from accessing highest end AI technology and chips with limited access to NVIDIA. So for now, this raises the potential for stratospheric valuation in United States tech firms to be questions. Do you think Railtown has a stratospheric valuation? This gives us an opportunity to show the stunning rise of NVIDIA from an earnings point of view. I'm confused by this sentence. It shows earnings going from $4 billion 2 years ago to around $63 billion in the last quarterly release. So is that 63 billion annually or for the quarter? I don't know. The forecasts are for NVIDIA to see continued earnings growth. NVIDIA, according to a guy named Deutsche Bank's Jim Reed, said, quote, "This is a company that has gone from relative earnings obscurity to one of the most profitable in the world inside 2 years, and the largest company in the world as of Friday night." And here's the short bear. This is a negative on Twitter. DeepSeek seems to have created a panic, and it should alarm investors. If all it takes to beat OpenAI is a maximum of 55 million, the industry is becoming commoditized. That's his point of view. And I would agree there's competition from a lot of competition. NVIDIA, hot money turns dead money. Is cheap AI a black swan event? I guess whatever panics people. It might take the bloom off of AI valuations. I think that's right, but I don't think it affects the fundamental story at Railtown. But maybe, did I say last week? I just picked a number out of there. It could go to 10 maybe in a year, or maybe it only goes to 5. I don't know. It's still a great move. NASDAQ leads sell-off as AI fears rock Wall Street. The S&P tumbled as Chinese startup firms' claim of cheaper AI spooked investors. Wall Street asks SEC to extend timeline for Treasury market overhaul. The Treasury market is as corrupt and shorted as the over-the-counter market and Adena Friedman's NASDAQ. DeepSeek displaces ChatGPT as the App Store's top app. Well, anyway, I guess I was pretty forceful on my view. I could end up being wrong because at the end of the day, it's just how people respond to news that matters. Now let's see how Next Trip is doing, because I think that's something that could have a good week, maybe. That's down 56 cents at $7. Well, we'll watch it. And then there were a couple of you pointed out that there's a lot of optimism on the Twitter for a settlement with MMTLP and the new administration. I'll try to listen if I can tomorrow. Maybe it won't be there, to Junk Savvy and hear more about that. That would be great news. I'm not saying lose hope, but I'm not as optimistic. But I haven't been in the front line of the news on that either. So I'll try to learn more on that. And what else were you guys asking? Can't remember. Mark Andreessen, DeepSeek RI is one of the most amazing and impressive breakthroughs I've ever seen, and as open source, a profound gift to the world. This Chinese model is open source. It costs 1/10 to 1/30 as much as the US models. Well, that certainly is important, but wouldn't that mean that Railtown would use this instead of NVIDIA's software? China is now dumping cheap, high-quality AI access on the world, as they have done with steel cars and other products. If cutting-edge models can be trained with 5% of the previous hardware requirements, what does that mean for GPU sales going forward? How did we get here? 2 words: Joe Biden. The damage his administration caused to American AI efforts will echo for the next decade. President Trump is already working to reverse it. Biden wanted an AI industry he could control completely. Well, we'll see. I don't want to read any more of that. Nancy Pelosi sold 1.3 million of NVIDIA. How did she even afford 1.3 million? She's one wealthy woman. She should go talk to Ann Wagner. Women in the United States own more financial assets than men do. And Ann Wagner and Adina Friedman don't care. No, it's not a competitor, but everybody's worried the stock's down. But maybe I'm dismissing it too quickly, but it's not a competitor. The idea that the tools can cost much less than NVIDIA's, to me, means that Railtown eventually, not right away, but eventually they'll use the tools of a cheaper company. So it just makes Railtown's profit margins bigger. I don't, but anyway, the stock sells off. So that, to me, that's when, if you know your story, I just read through it with you. I know I've been a little bit sarcastic, but if you know a story and it's sold off, you buy into the teeth of that headwind, because people are just emotionally selling everything to get their percentages down. And you know the story, or as much as anybody does, you know the story. I think it's a chance to buy Railtown. So I wish the chart that I usually show, I could show you the, but in the case of Railtown, they printed one trade at a penny. So it shrunk all the important data up to the top of the page, and it's a really meaningless chart now. Schwab. I don't know if I get that data on this. I don't know if I get it. Let me see. No, I don't. So I don't know. I don't know the time and sales. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. And I'm glad that gentleman yesterday bought a monster box of silver. We do. I just listened to Annette Lang, and she uses almost the same words I use. It's a problem. The story, there's a group of people. I'd love to be included in that group, but I'm just a schmeal over here talking. They've got much bigger audiences, but the concepts aren't that hard to understand, and so everybody says the same thing. But I was listening to a guy. I'd love to play him for you, but I'm really. They sent me a thing. If I do it again, they're going to ban my channel. I really don't understand what I did wrong. So I just don't want to. It's not like I make. Also, I have to figure out how to make money doing this. But anyway, he said, he was a youngish guy, but probably older than most of you, but young to me. But he said that over the last, I don't know if it was quarters or years, but a relatively short period of time, like 3 quarters, couple of years. China's been a seller of U.S. Treasuries. Japan has been a seller of U.S. Treasuries. And Korea has been a seller. I think those were the 3. And they've been buyers of gold, central banks. And she said, you got to be your own central bank, which is what I'm telling you. And as we make some profits, which we really haven't made, so for those of you who are jumping the gun, silver at $30 is going to look as good as GME at $4. I don't know if you bought GME at $4. I don't know if it went to 400, but that's what I'm telling you silver can do. $30, 10x, $300. Silver, $30, 100x, $3,000. It's the same bloody story. And it is manipulated. But the difference is, as much as they play with creating paper ounces of silver, they can only carry on that flutter up here as long as the silver supply is higher than silver demand for physical. But right now, silver supply, as I understand it, is somewhat underneath the available of physical silver. It hasn't quite shown up yet because of the manipulation in prices. But you get one failure in London for delivery. You get Tesla needing silver to build her batteries. And there's no delivery? That'll be the biggest headline, bigger than Bitcoin, bigger than Deep Squawk, bigger than Melania's wore the wrong hat, bigger than some chick in London getting tire tracks all over her back for one day. It'll be the biggest news that ever hit the newspaper. And it's big enough that it could start the collapse of the markets. It's big enough that it could start an awareness of what I think is already potentially a depression going on. It's big enough, it could start a war. Of course, we're already in war. It could take down Bank of America Merrill Lynch within 72 hours. Silver is simultaneously the most frightening, leveraged, abused asset in the world and poses the biggest risks to the Western banking cabal led by J.P. Morgan. The hindmost is probably Merrill Lynch, but all those banks are in it. That it's simultaneously the most frightening and the most exciting investment you could ever own. And you know what? You don't have to worry about a CEO running it. You could have the greatest CEO in the world, works her ass off, does everything correctly, and in comes big, smiling, lying, financial, calm BSers from Aubrey Advisors or Chadron or from Lynn Partners. Big smile will help you at this time in your financial need. Oh, just sign here. No. It doesn't say you're selling your soul to Wall Street. That's a misprint. We'll take care of it. Just sign here. There's nobody running the silver market that's going to go do business with Jeff the Pooh Feaston or Ari Rubenstein at Yorkville or whoever the hell's running Aubrey Advisors. I forget the name. That's not happening. When silver breaks out, and when you read about it in the New York Times, or you hear about it on CNN with some incredulous announcer, and then everybody starts talking about Jim Cramer, your stockbroker, everybody starts talking about it. It'll already be $300. What's your average mortgage out there, guys and girls? I don't know where you live. I'll just Google it here. All right, so let's take generation. Well, Generation Z. The average mortgage is balance is 234,000. The millennials, the average balance is 300,000. Generation X, the average balance is almost 300,000. Baby boomers, 200,000. So let's take millennials, 300,000. I didn't look this up, but it's really simple. All right, so let's say your mortgage balance is $300,000 and it goes out another 15 to 20 years. And you're looking at that mortgage balance and you're saying, honey, this is awful. It's never going to end. We scrimp, we save. Grandchildren on our knee. Somebody, Vera and Dave. So you say, honey, is there a way we could get ahead of the game here? All right, so we have a $300,000 mortgage and we're tired of it. What could we do to live mortgage free? Well, we could cut out Starbucks and cut out trips to see your mother twice a year. That would save $5,000. And if we added that, that would bring our anticipated payoff date down by 3 years. Now, I got to see my mother, and I like Starbucks too much after I work out. What else could we do? Well, one thing we could do, this guy on YouTube says that silver could go to $300 an ounce. He says that silver is the only asset out there that has not made all-time highs, even in nominal terms. And of course, he's corrected by John Crossan that there's platinum and palladium that also applies to. But anyway, let's go with his point of view that silver is the only asset out there that in this everything bubble, real estate, mortgages, college educations, big pickup trucks, everything's gone to new high in prices except for silver. He says it doesn't make any sense. And he's saying it can go to $300. All right, so we have a mortgage with a $300,000 balance. If we divided that by $300, how many ounces of silver would we need to pay off our mortgage? 1,000 ounces. 1,000 ounces would pay off our mortgage. Well, this same really odd duck on YouTube says you can buy a monster box and that somehow monster boxes, the one monster box of silver is in the nose cone of every cruise missile. What's a monster box? Well, that's 500 ounces of silver. So you could buy 2 monster boxes. Silver was trading under $30 an ounce. It's now trading over that. So let's say it's going to cost $35,000 to buy 2 monster boxes of silver. $35,000. Cheaper than a new automobile. Cheaper than 1 semester of college. Cheaper than a facelift. Cheaper than an addition to the house. Cheaper than tickets to see Taylor Swift. So for $35,000, I could buy 1,000 ounces of silver. And as long as I can make my other payments in my life, if this idiot on YouTube is correct, sometime in the next 1 to maybe, let's say 1 to 5 years, he's saying it could happen in 18 months. But let's say it takes till 2030. My 1,000 ounces of silver could go to $350. I could sell it, pay off my mortgage. I could sell it at $300. I've been paying down the mortgage, so my balance would be less than $300. I'd pay off all my mortgage by buying 1,000 ounces of silver today, and stop relying on CEOs. Stop relying on CEOs to see through the lying, conniving, cowardly, cheating Jeff Easton. Just buy silver. Well, how's he making money on it? He's not. Well, why is he telling us about it? I don't know. In most cases, if you buy 2 monster boxes of silver and set it aside for as little as 18 months, but it might be 5 years, you can pay off your mortgage. And that's if it goes to 300. I think silver could go to 3,000. I think it could go to par with gold. But at some point in the move, the price is meaningless. There's a value creation, there's a wealth creation phase, and then there's the destruction of the US currency phase, which will come, unfortunately. I love some of Trump's ideas, and they are bold. And he's not an idiot. If he doesn't do something bold, the United States is going to face the same problems Germany, Britain, Rome, the southern Don region have faced in history. I don't care about the finger dividend. I really don't care. I do not care. There's no timeline on it. None. I've told it, I've repeated it, Jack, over and over and over and over again. Doesn't sink in? I don't care. The one reason I left Wall Street, the one thing I hated. Hi, this is Mrs. Jones. I didn't receive my dividend. Hi, this is Jack Smith. Where's my dividend? Who gives a crap where it is? It's coming. It's in the mail. It's being sent. Never in the entire time on Wall Street did I ever hear of a dividend being stolen, fraudulent. It always got there. Jack, a year ago, Finger Motion announced that they were going to issue a warrant as a special dividend. They announced it. That's your starting point. April, by memory. They filed it with the SEC. The SEC has to approve it. They did that. In the summer, in an interview with me, Martin Shen said we had a lot of questions from the SEC. We answered them all on time. We expect no further issues in the summer. But the SEC didn't approve it. In the summer, Finger Motion's auditor resigned because they didn't want to go through the requirements to become certified for USA accounting. It's my understanding of it. So, Jack, the SEC hadn't approved the dividend. The auditor resigned. What did Finger have to do? Oh, I don't know. Why is it taking so long? The auditor had to go back 2 years to become current. The new auditor had to go back 2 years. One auditor resigns. The requirement is the new auditor has to go back 2 years in order for the SEC to accept the new auditor's work as valid. How long does it take to do 2 years? From start to finish? I don't know. Took months. So from around September to now, as far as I know, the audit's not finished. Was the audit done sufficiently far enough along so that Roth Capital could call the auditors and be comfortable to raise $5 million? Sure. So it's getting done, but it's not finished. Well, there's got to be a conspiracy, and where's my dividend? The dividend doesn't matter, Jack. The dividend means nothing. 1 share for every 10 you have. It's not going to change your life. You're not going to be able to trade it. Is it going to catch out Wall Street? Has it ever done it before? It might. But you sound like someone that believes that the system still is honest. What would you do if you're Fidelity and you get this announcement of a dividend, Jack? What do you think Fidelity's going to do? Go out and buy in their prime brokers clients? Is that what you think? Who's going to start that? Who has the authority inside Fidelity to start that massive loss leader? Oh, the executive suite. Well, it's possible. It's possible the executive suite will do it. Or would it be more likely the executive suite will say, why don't we just put a placeholder in everybody's account? Nobody's going to ask for those shares right away. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's find out what happened. 6 months go by. 7 months go by. A year goes by. 2 years go by. They hire the shorts hire Frank Benedetto. The stock starts squeezing. It gets to 15. They hire Frank Benedetto to tell you about a stock called stock with so many contracts selling crap on 3 or 4 different continents, led by a Greek CEO who promises never, ever, ever to do a deal with the shorts. And by the way, they're going to change their name and change their CUSIP, and they're 2,000% shorted. I'm Frank Benedetto. I've got a gravelly voice, and I've been on Wall Street. And the fact that I'm getting paid to give you this information speaks for how truthful it is. It's normal. So everybody sells their Finger Motion, goes over to the new international company with contracts on many continents, love affairs spanning 3 generations, and marriages across 5 dynasties, and the new bestseller. Jack, it's not going to matter. It's just not going to matter. I think it could, if the stock on its own got expensive, it could accelerate the pain to the shorts. But here's my timeline on the finger dividend. Back burner. BACKBURNE. The last thing on the mind of Finger Motion right now is that dividend. Why? They can't do anything about it. They can't speed anything up. They can't do a thing. They pay the auditor. They harangue the auditor. She waddles in at 8:15, leaves at 4:20, and doesn't change her schedule. She'll get to it when she gets to it. Thank you very much. So they put it on the back burner. They can't seem to get the auditor to move forward. The SEC is not going to approve the dividend without the audit, so they put it on the back burner. What could be on Finger Motion's mind that's more important than a dividend? Well, we got to raise some money so we can fund these contracts we have that are exclusive with the governments around China for the emergency vehicles. Maybe we should focus on that. No. Focus on Jack's dividend. But I just told you, William, we've given pressure to the auditor to move forward. She won't. We've talked to the SEC. They're unwilling to approve the dividend without the audit. And if I'm not mistaken, William, you've made this point before and people got mad at you. I think, William, you even went so far as to say you didn't expect anything on the dividend until the end of the first quarter because of these delays that we can't control. Yeah, but I want to know the timeline. What's the timeline? Well, William, all I can tell you is we pay our auditor on time. We talk to her every day. We have other transactions dependent on our auditor. And we can't seem to speed it up. And if we interfere too much, that interferes with the integrity of the audit. So we don't know when that's going to get done. Well, is there any timeline? I want a timeline. Well, I keep asking. I don't know. Well, what about the SEC? Can't you call the SEC, get them to talk to the auditor? I have clients that are upset. I have investors that are upset. We need it now. Well, I talked to the SEC and this is the last item they're waiting for. As far as we know, as soon as the audit is in and approved, there should be no more delays. We have to set a 10-day notification. So right now, William, if we assume it's going to take at least until the first week of February, we'd probably give it, just to be safe, 2 weeks for the record date. So we're looking sort of the end of February for a record date, and maybe a little bit earlier. And we'll give that notice. And so we're looking at a March dividend probably. End of February, beginning of March, at best. I need better. I need information. You're delaying this on purpose. Well, no, really not. We didn't control the auditor, the resignation. We immediately hired a new auditor, and we've paid her, but can't seem to get it in gear. But we expect it'll be soon, and we expect no further problems. But I would imagine you can tell your investors that you're still 3 to 4 weeks out. And further, you can tell your investors that we're really focused on having, if we can, a profitable fourth quarter. I don't have the manpower to make the dividend the top priority of my life. It's a gimmick. It may or may not catch out the shorts. As far as I know, it never has worked before. But if the price of the stock starts going up, maybe it is the final straw on the camel's back. I don't know how, Jack. I'm not the best allocator of my own energy, but I really don't know where worrying about the dividend should be on your list, but I wouldn't put it very high up. It's not going to do anything quickly. It may ultimately do something, but it's not going to happen quickly. So just don't worry about it, in my opinion. I think if I were, and I'm not in a position to do this, but if I were buying silver, I don't know how much money you have. I don't know your overall situation. I can't give financial advice. The first thing I would buy and accept at home delivery, I would not open up, is junk silver. I'd buy a bag of dimes or a bag of quarters. Then I would buy, in my example of trying to pay off your mortgage or other debt, I would buy monster boxes. I wouldn't tell anybody about them. If you live somewhere you've lived all your life and you're not moving, I wouldn't worry about storing it. I would just think about, your laundry room. Put a box back with your extra soap, or put a box upstairs with your mother-in-law. Put it in her, the top shelf in her kitchen. She can't reach it anyway. I just put it somewhere around the house where no one really will wonder what it is, and don't tell anybody. So it won't get stolen. You'll save storage costs, but it's risky, of course. That means if someone did steal it, you have no record of it. The other thing you can do is pay for storage, and that's the obvious benefit. One thing I learned about North Dakota, I think it is, I can't remember now, but that might be a place to store it. I'll try to remember what I learned by North Dakota. Something to do with reporting or taxes. Something. I can't remember. But anyway, it's hard to decide where to store it. Do you store it in Canada? Do you store it in the Midwest? Do you store it in Hong Kong? Do you store it out of the country? Maybe a mixture of both. But remember, in times of civil crisis, rioting, war, roaming human beings with guns, whole football teams worth of people scouring the land for food and other things. Just imagine how safe the storage facilities might be. They might not be that safe. So you got to give that some thought too. But yeah, I would go with physical silver first and foremost. It's outside of the banking system. It's outside of the corruption. It's outside of everything. Now, if you want to stay inside of the banking system and buy silver inside of your IRA, your 401k, inside of your brokerage account, the Sprott Physical Silver Trust in my judgment, is the single best thing to buy. It trades underneath asset value right now. So you're buying silver at a discount. You're not paying a premium right now. Now you do have to pay fees. You do have to pay fees. And I think the fees break down to management fee, and I think there is a storage fee built in to the platform. But the great thing about the Sprott Physical Silver Trust, PSLV, the silver is allocated. He stores it, so you know it. And the silver is taken off the fake market. It is real and it exists. Now, if you buy an ETF like SLV, most of the silver is not there. Most of it's paper. That's great to trade. But if, let's say, you had your money at Lehman Brothers and it went out of business, you're not going to get that out first. The debtors, the government, the tax authorities, the courts, they'll claim all the assets. And your class of ownership will be represented in some sort of court situation. So I don't think that this is going to happen overnight. And it may, I hope it never happens. So I'm describing two different situations. One where you can just rely on trading, rely on your accounts, rely on the banking system, rely on everything to go on the way it is. And I think that's a safe bet. I would guess that's 80%, 85%, the odds right now. And for those of you who hate Trump, I'm sorry to say this, there's some things I dislike about what I can't stand what I think Trump's going to do in Gaza Strip, for example. But I think Trump will just delay everything, which gives us time to get ready. Ultimately, I think the United States of America has a real problem on their hands. And I don't think we have the political will to fix it. And I don't think we're going to survive it. Now, there's some ideas Trump has that actually are powerful. They are powerful. If we can expand our footprint, natural resources and our new population, our new ability to industrialize can stand up against China, Southeast Asia, Russia, Germany. Germany and Russia, I know they hate each other, but it's inevitable. They'll do business together. And the growing parts of Africa and South America, India. If we bring our dream back and our individual rights, respect of each other, of all races, colors, genders, religions, non-religion, we can get out of it. But the odds don't look good. The odds don't look good. I've told you, the reason gold and silver prices are low, in my judgment, is because China does not own enough yet. I think as soon as China feels like they own the most gold in the world as reserves, they will, and by a large margin, they will let gold get its natural price. And that may apply to silver as well. Then, when they have Bretton Woods 3, which might occur in, I don't know, I can't think of a suburb of Beijing. Sichuan, China, maybe. I don't know. It may happen in Singapore. But the new financial world order, if China can own the most gold, will be led by China. So what do you think's going on behind the scenes in the United States? Well, our banks don't want to give that up. We don't want to give up the dollar. So they're probably trying to focus the world on the special drawing rights out of the IMF in DC. And we'll go to war. And we'll take gold around the world. Where did the Venezuelan gold go? Where did Gaddafi's gold go? Where did Saddam Hussein's? I don't know the answers. But we broke up allowing oil to be traded in gold. We broke up having a pan-African, pan-Arab gold currency. We'll do more of that. But then the issue comes, does the United States have the world's largest gold reserves? I think Jim Rickards makes a pretty good argument because of the SDR that we do. But I also can see the other side, that there's been no audit of the gold reserves in the United States. There's been no audit of the gold in Fort Knox. And as physical gold moves to China, moves to Russia, moves to India, is there going to be pressure to look to see if the United States has its 8,000 metric tons of gold? Maybe. I'll tell you one thing. If a hypersonic missile strike takes down an aircraft carrier group, the dollar will no longer be tied to oil. Oil prices will no longer be tied to the dollar, in my opinion. I think the Saudis will immediately see the importance of owning Russian weapons, Chinese weaponry, and maybe the military, I don't know, the Pakistani, the Indian military. But once the United States is made to look weak, the tie to oil will be strained at a minimum. Well, then it'll come down to how much gold we have. I don't know. So what can you do, PJ 135? All you can do is own silver. You can own gold, but I think gold in its wealth creation phase, I think gold can go to $30,000, $40,000 an ounce. That's pretty high. That's a pretty big number. In its hyperinflation phase, in the phase where you're just keeping wealth, gold could go to 100,000 or more per ounce. So let's say gold goes to 30,000 an ounce. And let's say I'm correct. Silver goes temporarily, not permanently, to par. I think silver will become unobtainable. I don't think there'll come a time you can't buy silver. I think silver could go par with gold. Those are big, big numbers. But the time to act on it is now. So I think both are good. I think if you're going to buy silver in a vehicle, the PSLV is number one. There's another one out there, but I trust Eric Spratt. if you can keep your mouth shut, having physical silver at home gives you the most flexibility. There will be a place, and there is a place today for the miners, the stocks of companies who mine for gold, mine for silver, mine for other metals, and get silver. I think you're going to make a fortune in that area as well. They do need silver for semiconductor. Yeah. Thomas, I couldn't agree with you more. I think silver could go that high. I used to want to show you videos, and now I'm scared to do it. I don't want them to give me a strike. So I'll have to do some effort, imagine that, and give you a breakdown of some of that. But everything in our life that we take for granted, from war to electronics to green energy to automobiles to computers to phones to medicine, it's all silver. It's all silver. And to bring massive amounts of new supply online, that's where I have to get the numbers for you. Because of the lag time, it's not going to happen quickly. And silver could be the most shocking trade. I think more. Imagine, Thomas, if silver went to 100,000 an ounce, like Bitcoin just went. Imagine that. And I am telling you it's possible. I'm not saying do it for that, because that's la la land right now. But what are the alternatives to silver? Gold. But gold will probably be at the same price. Maybe platinum and palladium, but I'd say the same thing. They'll be up. What alternative to silver can you put in a cruise missile? And boy, we're going to need to be killing people. God, I'm so sick of it. Why is that what the United States stands for? Killing people. I guess as long as they have brown skin, it's okay. Unless they're Russian. God, it's horrible. Good for you, Steve. I'm jealous, by the way. I wish I'd saved some money like you did. All right, everybody's buying XRP. I like XRP. Again, I guess we all fight it. It would be ideal if you could train yourself to invest unless you're a trader, to invest when no one heard the story, when it isn't headline news. That's the time to buy. The easy money has been made in XRP. Is it going to go to 2,700, 27,000? I don't know. Don't know enough about it. But I'll try to study it some more. I like XRP. Don't get me wrong. I like it. Well, they sell gold and silver bars in China, in India. I wouldn't buy my gold and silver at Costco. I say that because I haven't been there or seen it. I don't know if I'm still a member. Probably not. but I used to go to Costco. If I took it and studied it, maybe. But what's its purity? Who is the mint? I don't know. Great. I don't buy my shoes at Costco either. Well, maybe I would. I haven't been there a long time. I bought a lot of stuff there. My point is, though, my dress shoes, I meant. I'm not talking about. And I haven't purchased dress shoes in a long time. So that's a bad example. But I'm trying to make the point that it's an important purchase, and I would do it carefully. I think the places I would buy silver from, APMEX, APMEX, Gold Silver, Mike Maloney, or Mahoney. I trust him. I'm starting to wonder about this place called, it's got Andrew Schleckman, Miles Franklin. Maybe that's a good one too. I've never used it, but I've listened to him and I like his directness and his thought process. It's probably good. And I like SD Bullion. They have some creative proprietary products. Those would be the four I'd start with. The one thing I would ask PJ 135, who makes the market in Costco silver bars or gold bars? Let's just say I'm right, and one day we wake up and you're gone. How'd that song go? Wake up and you're gone. And I will follow the sun. Day you'll look and see I'm gone. And until then, I'll just follow the sun. Something like that. So if you suddenly wanted to sell it, who do you sell to at Costco? You go to the cash register? There'll be a guy out in the parking lot with a submachine gun as you come out with your cash. I don't know. I'm not convinced about Costco being the right place. That's a committed investor. I bought PSLV last fall and it went down, so I sold it. Well, I hope you made money back in MLSS. And I really have a confidence that you'll make money in RailF and maybe be able to go back and buy PSLV. All right, let's see what else is out there. This went on longer than I wanted it to, but I don't have anything to do. Trump is letting the world's deadliest infection into. Dr. Stephanie Pizzacchi has warned. Yeah, I trust you. NVIDIA is no longer the world's most valuable company. I don't think we're going to get Greenland. I don't think so. I'm just quickly seeing if there's an article. Probably not. Probably not. Too long. That article's too long. So I'm going to sign off. Okay. It's fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't sell. It's just, it's very rare that you're going to buy something and get the bottom price. That's all. Thank you for praying. Pray for somebody that deserves it. Well, I don't know if it's me. But anyway, all right, I'm going to let it go at that. I'm going to say goodnight and see you tomorrow, unless I'm tied up tomorrow. One of these days, I'm going to be tied up. So anyway, cheers to everyone. And hopefully one of our trades will work so you can put some green in your pocket.